West mini sprints on the card here tonight. Sprint cars starting to make their way out of the staging lanes, and with the call for the 410 division, Dr. Sullivan.
Thank you very much, Brian. Qualifying within groups like you've seen all week long and regularly here at Bloomington Speedway. Are we on flow yet? Those of you checking in on flow, just welcome to Bloomington Speedway. This racetrack has been here since 1923, so we're 103 years old. Sprint cars have long been the staple of the red clay here at this racetrack, which was once a 5/8 mile facility. On this very date, back in 1964, Calvin Gilstrap came up with a victory. You go back to 2015, an Indiana Midget Week date. How about these four winners? Christopher Bell and Brian Clausen in the sprint cars. And Sandy Eden, who was a champion, outstanding basketball player in her own right at Morehead State University, was victorious in the 305s. So we qualify within groups. We'll see the 24 from right here in Bloomington. That's Hunter Maddox. Jaden Rogers, last night's winner from Worthington, Indiana, car number 14. Jake Simmons, who we've seen also in Silver Crown competition, is 7S, New Pal, Indiana. Caleb Stelzik from Albuquerque in the 66. Former USAC CRA Rookie of the Year, Max Adams, a former Gas City champion, Lomas, California, 24P. Tom Eller, the 29 OG, he's from Pleasant Prairie, Wisconsin. David Gasper, who's been a USAC CRA winner from Santa Barbara, California, the 77S. And former Rookie of the Year from Greenwood, Indiana, came out of the shifter karts, outstanding karting career. That's the 10G of Gabriel Gilbert. They have 3 laps available to them in a combination hot lap qualifying session. There goes Gasper by, the Tyler Sturgeon Racing, number 77. Jaden Rogers, if he's not on a tour, he races with USAC, sometimes the Midwest Thunder. He logs a lot of miles on short tracks in Indiana and does so with success. 24P, again, made a debut in this car last Friday night in what was a barn burner feature won by Gunnar Setzer. I mean, it was a thrilling event. Went down the last lap. He's had some good runs thus far in Jamie and Michelle Paul's 24P. That car piloted Ty Mahako to the 2025 Bloomington Speedway track champion. Ty also won 4 consecutive at Lincoln Park Speedway. So an opportunity for a driver who now lives in the Marion, Indiana area, Max Adams. Hunter Maddox did a little time in a 305 recently. So again, we mentioned next Friday night, it's a salute to Randy Kinzer, 3-time track champion here. The likes of Hall of Famer Diz Wilson and Wayne Padgett fashioned the quarter-mile track here at Bloomington Speedway that first had midgets, I believe, in 1948. And a variety of midget associations have raced here beyond the United States Auto Club, including the Indiana Midget Racing Association. Lou Perry, a winner in the midgets back in 1948 in April. Curly Cotner, who also did some time in the United States Auto Club, won 3 weeks later here in an Indiana Midget Association event. This racetrack was a home for many years of the Central States Racing Association. That, to me, the spiritual home was always Greenville, Ohio, and you can still go back and sort of find the contours of the old track at Greenville, Ohio. The Midwest Dirt Track Racing Association, sometimes known as the Kerosene Circuit, also raced here. But many greats under the CSRA banner. Bobby Grimm being well up on that lift. Cliff Griffith, Chick Smith, Les Adair, a variety of drivers of the Midwest Dirt Track Racing Association. With Dan Cheek, one of the main principals of that organization, which ran here, the fairgrounds in Franklin, Indiana, Jungle Park, and a variety of places. South Central Indiana Racing Association ran this racetrack for a number of years, and obviously, when you think about this racetrack, you think about Dick Gage, you think about Bob Kinzer, Sheldon Kinzer, and others that made their way. Sheldon really began his career in stock cars here. A new chapter tonight, new young guns, new faces. Just as brave and just as willing to go fast here on the red clay. Heavy rain came through last night. I, on the way back from Lincoln Park, had to duck off the USAC office and actually get in the basement for a second or two as the sirens went off and my car was hit by debris. But Rusty Nunn says, you know what? Let's get this party started. So again, 3 laps available to sprint cars for this hot lap and qualifying session. Not all appear to have gotten the memo. In the waning moments, Gabriel Gilbert turned an 11.862 to snatch the top spot away from Max Adams, who turned a 12.022. David Gasper, 12.189. Hunter Maddox, 12.703. Caleb Stelzick, 12.718. Jaden Rogers, 12.848. Jake Simmons, 13.248. And Tom Eller turned a 13.250. Group 2, guess what? We got Southern California's Logan Seavey, former national champion with USAC. Tony Helton, the veteran from Cloverdale, Indiana, in the 87. Kenosha, Wisconsin's Bryce Andrews in the 17. TQ graduate from Shelbyville, Logan Prickett in the 37. Sibby Chambers, a former Billy Marvel Award winner as the Indiana Sprint Car Rookie of the Year. She's in the 18C. Cameron LaRose, who normally twists wrenches for Kyle Cummins, but came here with plenty of good racing credentials and has been in victory lane at Windy Hollow, Kentucky this year. Jack Hoyer in the 11 from Frankfort, Indiana, and Rob Cahoe Jr. from Rush City, Minnesota in the 78 car. Logan Seavey has had great success in a sprint car here at Bloomington Speedway. This seems to fit him well. He's had a lot of success in a lot of places, obviously. Tony Helton, a longtime veteran from Cloverdale. Jack Hoyer, a driver, and there's several who have come through the micro ranks at US 24 Speedway in Logansport, up in Peru. And of course, like all, they venture over to Illinois and other places to race, particularly if they decide to stretch their wings in the micro ranks. Rob Cahoe by that Whitman entry, always has a pretty race car. He's had success in the upper Midwest, Minnesota racing circuits in his career. Just trying to make sure that everybody's going to hit as they come by. Rob at 2012, Rob Cahoe, 2012, 13, and 15, Upper Midwest Sprint Car champion. He was a champion in St. Croix, Wisconsin back in 2013 and 2015. Always good to have Rob with us. Rusty Nuns trying to get it moving. Jack Hoyer had a chance to race for legendary Hall of Fame owner Paul Hazen, and in the 11 machine, Jack turns an 11.826, Logan Seavey 11.902, Cameron LaRose 11.922, Rob Cahoe turned a 12.014. So we got Indiana, California, New Mexico, and Minnesota in a line. Logan Prickett turned a 12.110, Bryce Andrews 13.309, Cindy Chambers 12.488, and Tony Helton 12.594. Group number 3, former Australian Speed Car champion Nathan Smee from Sydney, New South Wales. In the 42 AU, Austin Corey from Moorestown. In the 49, Matt Thompson. He's had some great finishes in points here at Bloomington. He's from Bloomington in the 26. Former 305 Rookie of the Year Tyson Lady from Fillmore, the 27K. Ben Voetschild from Bedford in the 79. J.R. Bonesteel from Albuquerque in the 0. 34T from Bloomington. That's Cody Trammell in the 21B. That is Bo Brandon. We mentioned last night that we started seeing Bo a little bit more in 2025, and a very, very impressive young driver. But he went over to Europe for school to begin the year, pursuing a business degree. Which is a good decision that we applaud. He's had family involved in the sport a really long time. There he goes by a good-looking 21B machine. We mentioned Austin Corey's dad's been a Thunder Roadster champion, and his Uncle Greg's been a Rookie of the Year in USAC Silver Crown competition. He's a former Paragon Speedway track champion, is Greg Corey. And a graduate of the then UMRA TQs, now known as the All-Star TQs. Greg's championship in, speaking of his Uncle Corey's championship in Paragon, came 20 summers ago in 2006. Rusty Nunn looks them over. That's side-by-side racing here in qualifying as Nathan Smee uses that Australian bull ring service. What we had here was a failure to communicate. That big electronic communication. Lori Nunn scared the bejesus out of me until I realized she was just complaining that she lost connection with the transponders. Therefore, we've asked these drivers to stay on the racetrack. Like everything else in our life, certainly a variety of electronic apparatus have made life easier and better. But when they go south, that becomes a problem. There were things you used to be able to do to your own passenger car that no longer is something you can do. I say that. There's never been anything I could do to my passenger car, but that's another story. Points and condensers are gone, as Brian says, yeah. So while we're fixing this, Brian, your impressions thus far of Indiana Midget Week and how it's gone. Been interesting. Luckily, I think Jake Croxton said we're 3-0 when we should have probably been 0-3 in terms of races.
That's probably the biggest thing that stands out. Luckily, Mother Nature's kind of worked around us and in some cases has worked for us in helping get the tracks a little extra moisture and helping with some of the prep. We see that here where when I got here at about 11 o'clock this morning, the outside of this track at the very bottom looked very much like a pudding setting up in the fridge. But a little bit of time, a little bit of heat, a little bit of sun, and the tracks really come in nicely. So definitely the track crew, they did the right thing. They had it sealed off, let it kind of sit for a minute to where they would have control over the moisture content.
You know, the other thing, Brian, about this racetrack that people don't necessarily know is you look at that tree that lines the back straightaway. Well, there's a creek right behind that.
Yeah.
I mean, this is the floodplain. And so one of the concerns that you have, and one of the concerns we had with the rain, and a bunch came in at 2 a.m., so we always have to worry about the parking lot. That's another treacherous thing about running a racetrack people forget about, which is, well, the track can take water. Yeah, but the parking lot may not be able to.
This industry is truly controlled by the weather and the clock.
Yes, it really is. So it's a very active stream behind us, and I think we're able to go back to action with 2 laps left to the drivers. Well, we offered some praise to Bo Brandon, and here's the reason why. The 21B turned an 11.762. Matt Thompson, who Brian saw in the corner of his eye, almost got her on its lid, but nonetheless, all you got to do is put a good one in. He did it at 11.763. Third quick, the 49 of Austin Corey, 11.841. Cody Trammell from right here in Bloomington, 11.964. Nathan Smee turned to 12.172. Tyson Lady, 12.188. J.R. Bonesteel, 12.728. And Ben Voetschild, the 79, turned a 13 flat. My screen went away, but that's the order he was in. Our final group looks this way. Charging Charles from Buckeye, Arizona, the 47 of Charles Davis Jr. Brendan Chu From Christie, Indiana in the 17H. Jordan Kenzer, a former track champion here and a good one. From Bedford, Indiana, the 75. Harley Burns, another former track champion from Brazil, the 16B. Brandon Spencer, the 22 from Nashville. Trey Osborne, the 16 from Columbus, Ohio. Chance Crum from Sonoma, Washington, the 83. Kobe Simpson from Bonham, Texas, the 21K. And Rippin' Ricky Lewis from California in the 41. Oxnard, Camarillo, you take your choice. The bottom line is this, and I can tell you this from experience in Indiana short track racing. This is one heck of a group of qualifiers here. These are drivers that go to the head of the class a lot. So if you drew the fourth heat race, you're probably lamenting your luck a little bit, but oh well, it ultimately works out. Chance Crum, a University of Washington graduate. Kind of a mixture of mechanical engineering and design. Has his own business. We saw him a lot in the midgets early on. Harley Burns, Indiana State University graduate. He's been a winner this year at Lincoln Park Speedway. Jordan Kenzer had a good run at Paragon. There's a variety of named events in Indiana, named after some of the legends and heroes of our sport. And at various points at times, it seems like Jordan's won most of them. Ricky Lewis was the latest arrival of all, but he was not the latest when it came to this qualifying session. He turns an 11.623 on his second lap. That's the best. Chance Crum turned an 11.730. Jordan Kinzer, 11.874. Kobe Simpson, 11.911. Harley Burns, 11.925. Sergeant Charles Davis, 11.948. Trey Osborne, there you are, Trey, 11.985. Brandon Spencer, National Indiana driver, 12.506. And Brendan Chu turned to 12.624. I think the midgets are next, Brian.
Indeed, thank you very much. Dirt Draft Hot Laps making their way out to the Speedway. Download the Dirt Draft app today. Remember, there are leagues you can play in, the Pro, the Veteran, and the Rookie League. And new subscribers and reactivating subscribers get that 25% off gift card to the Hoosier Tire online merchandise store. With one to watch, let's go to Drake.
Thank you so much, Brian. We have our Dirt Draft Driver v Driver matchup yet again here tonight at Bloomington Speedway. Zach Weigel will go up against last night's winner, Gunnar Setzer, in the Pro Public Lobby. And you got to act fast if you want to play with the USAC drivers here tonight, because that lobby locks at the start of Learn Lab qualifying. Zach Weigel, the left-hand side of your screen. He is at USAC Driver 1. He's chosen himself, Gunnar Setzer, Brecken Reese, Trevor Klein, and Drake Edwards. As I said, Gunnar Setzer, the winner last night, he'll continue on playing. He's at USAC Driver 2 in that Pro Public Lobby. He's chosen Jacob Boxell, Zach Weigel, himself, Mac Leopard, and Ethan Mitchell. Once again, if you want to play against your favorite USAC drivers on Dirt Draft this evening, make sure you sign up for the Pro Public Lobby with our friends at Dirt Draft.
Thank you very much. Cars continuing to make their way out onto the Speedway, looking onto the back straightaway for the 19 AZ of Hayden Reinbold of the Gilbert, Arizona, the AME Electrical Reinbold Development Incorporated number 19. Driver rolling in behind him his teammate, Drew Sherman, driver coming to us out of Phoenix, Arizona, the Mississippi Valley Transportation number 19. Over into turn number 3, Jacob Boxell out of Zanesville, Indiana, the Middle Aid 1 Performance Products, Stanton at Link Chassis, number 54. And the 4 also on track, Cale Drake out of Collinsville, Oklahoma, the RMS EnviroFab Guest Performance entry. Rolling down off of turn number 4 behind him, Adam Taylor to Wheatfield, Indiana, the Horizon Carpentry, Mongo Crane, Mack Electric, number 7T. And the 1 on track, Zach Weigel out of Belpre, Ohio, the Odell Motorsports, Pro Marine Easy Dock, number 1. The 45, driver coming to us out of Black Forest, Colorado, the Redline Performance Roofing, number 45 of Bradley Cox, as they'll start to wind up here. Driver in his second attempt here in USAC National Midget Competition made the cut last night up at Lincoln Park out of Sweet Springs, Missouri. The FK Indy Elliott's Custom Trailers and Carts number 21H. That is Levi Hink. And back into his own machine tonight is the 40D of Drake Edwards. Unfortunately, brake issues yesterday sidelining him. That car ultimately getting handed over to Mac Leopard. Crew able to go to work on the 40L. Leopard taking that car to the track last night. As we get ready to wrap up here in Dirt Draft Hot Lap session number 1 for the USAC NOS Energy Drink Midget National Championship. And Hayden Reinbold is going to position himself at the top of the field. 11.885. Jacob Boxell 11.921. Zach Weigel 11.989. Mac Leopard 11.994. And Cale Drake 12.106. Second flight of Dirt Draft Hot Laps will begin to make its way out onto the Speedway, the 67. Here on the front straightaway, that's the 67K of Colton Robinson out of Titusville, Florida, the Precise Tooling Solutions, Speedway Total Link Chassis number 67K. Mac Leopard on track at Beaver Creek, Ohio, the Great Company, Mulch Express of Wisconsin, Speedway Toyota Spike Chassis number 40L, making his way over onto the back straightaway. The 71M, Carter Sarfa of Mason City, Illinois. The Pefley and Henshaw Wrecker Services, Speedway Toyota Ripper Chassis number 71. The 20Q into turn number 1. The driver coming to us out of Canyon, Texas. The Sierra Towing and Crushing Dumas Iron and Metal Speedway Toyota Link Chassis number 20Q. That is Brecken Reese. Brecken Reese in the 20Q. Ethan Mitchell out of Mooresville, North Carolina, in turns 1 and 2 down to the bottom side of the Speedway. The Joy of Seating Walker Filtration Rye Helmets number 19. And a little bit further back into turn number 1, that is Gunnar Setzer to Columbus, Indiana, driven the Midwest 2 Mills. The gear starts now. Setzer Fabricating Lynch Machining, number 43. Mike Unger also on track out of Madison, Wisconsin, driven the Danish Chassis Dyno Services. Spring Green Tackle, I-Buy Signs, Locked In Logistics, Logger Built Honda, number 67U. Last night's winner to the exit of turn number 2. The NOS Energy Drink, PristineAuction.com, Mobile One Toyota Race and Development, CB Industries number 87. That is Justin Grant. Justin Grant in the 87. The driver just up ahead of him is Cannon McIntosh out of Bixby, Oklahoma. The Mobile One TRD Curb Breakers Toyota, number 71K. So again, drivers on track for Dirt Draft Hot Lap session number 2 of 3 tonight for the USAC NOS Energy Drink Midget National Championship. 27 drivers checking in if you're just joining us here in the grandstands or on the FloRacing broadcast. Checker flag flies. Reinbold remains at the top, 11.885. Boxell 11.921. Zach Weigel, third quick, 11.989. Drake Edwards, 11.994. And Carter Sarf, fifth quick right now at a 12.065. Tonight's racing action not only featured on FloRacing, but also live on their FloRacing 24/7 channel on Amazon Prime. You can also watch it on the Roku channel as well as Fubo. So a couple of different ways to check in on tonight's racing action. Again, a great partnership between Flow Sports and Amazon, to where if you have the Amazon Prime app, it's already included at no extra charge, so you can check out. And it's a variety of racing action. I've talked about it before, whether it's USAC, High Limit, Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series, Bowman Gray, all kinds of great stuff on rotation on that Flow 24/7 on Amazon. And again, tonight's race is featured live on those various apps. Matt Sherrill on track out of Collinsville, Oklahoma. The second opinion auto, Stanton Link chassis, KH suspension, MPV Express number 2 in D. He'll make his way around to the front straightaway. Driver just ahead of him is out of Coleman, Alabama. The Purple Heart Foundation Metalloid 1 Acrosil into the manufacturer number 14 of Kevin Thomas Jr. Kevin Thomas Jr. in the 14. The 97 of Gavin Miller, the JBL. The 67. Jacob Denny, my apologies, out of Callaway, Ohio. The JBL Audio TRD Mobile 1, number 67. The 98K, Brandon Carr out of Sheffield, United Kingdom. The J. Davidson Scrap Metal Mobile 1 Toyota Curb Records, number 98K. 55, a Trevor Klein out of Mooresville, North Carolina. The Bellwood Auto Body, DC Machine Smith Titanium, number 55. Also out to the Speedway, the 70X. Kyle Jones out of Kennedale, Texas. The England Machine and Tool, High Performance Lubricants, EA Still Spike Chassis, number 7. The Sound Gear, number 97 of Gavin Miller. The TRD Mobile 1 Curb Records entry here on the front straightaway. Driver's just about ready to get on the throttle here for Dirt Draft Hot Lap session number 3. Learn Lab qualifying will be next. Dirt Draft Hot Laps in the books, and Hayden Reinbold will be your quickest driver, 11.885. Gavin Miller just on track at Drake with an update on him.
Yes, I do have an update on him, Brian. I had a really good conversation with Gavin going into Indiana Midget Week. He told me, I've almost been having to relearn how to drive the midgets. Let's not forget, he has been racing sprint cars for Team Arizona lately. He said, I have been relearning the midgets. I have to tell myself I'm in a midget every time I go out on the racetrack, and it's been a relearning process, something that's been slow but tedious over the course of the week, and he's been getting more and more comfortable. Let's not forget, too, Gavin now has sprint car experience here at Bloomington Speedway. He said, I just have to remind myself that the midget is a lot more dartier than the sprint car, and I have to stay on top of that. Like I said, he now has sprint car experience here at the Bloomington Speedway, but what he also has is winning experience here at the Bloomington Speedway, as he won this very event back in 2023, but also worth noting, he is the last car to go out here and Learn Lab qualifying, so he's going to have a tricky session, no question.
Thank you very much. Learn Lab is a maker of award-winning hands-on industrial job skills training systems. Check out learnlab.com for more information. Track record established by Christopher Bell, June 3rd, 2016, 11.301. We'll see if anybody gets close to that tonight as the first driver out for Learn Lab qualifying comes to you out of Zanesville, Indiana. The Metalloid 1 Performance Products, Acrosil, Acrolube, Stanton Lake Chassis, NW manufacturer number 54 of Jacob Boxel, 12.069 will be the Mark Hill set here on lap number 1. 10th place finish last night up at Lincoln Park. 5 starts in Indiana Midget Week competition. Looking for his first here at Bloomington. Comes around. Second time by slower, 12.146. He'll set the mark here and learn lap qualifying with a 12.069. Second driver out to qualify at Wheatfield, Indiana, the Horizon Carpentry, Mongo Crane, Mack Electric, 84 Lumber, Martin's One Source, Bankins Motorsports, Excel Automotive, number 7T. This is Adam Taylor. Adam Taylor in the number 7T. Another driver in search of his first A-feature start here at Bloomington goes second quick on his opening lap at a 12.374. 18th last night at the Lincoln Park Speedway, 24th at Paragon, and 21st to kick off Midget Week. Back at Circle City, comes around second time by, slower, 12.474. That was Adam Taylor in 7. Next driver out to the Speedway comes here to Black Forest, Colorado, driving the Red Line Performance Roofing, REM Motorsports, Race Engine Components, Insane Graphics, Dirt Crown, Cappy Mason, number 45. This is Bradley Cox. Bradley Cox in the 45 coming around. Lap number 1 for him, second quick, 12.276. Jacob Boxell still out front by a little over 0.2 of a second in qualifying time. Three-time Indiana Midget Week starter behind the wheel of number 45. Comes around and better on time, brings it down to 0.055 seconds difference on the 54, a time of 12.124 seconds. Driver making his USAC National Midget debut last night at Lincoln Park Speedway, mustered a 23rd place finish behind the wheel of the FK Indy, Elliott's Custom Trailers and Carts, FK Rod and Telstar Technology Spit Titanium number 21H. This is Levi Hink. Hink going fourth quick on his opening lap at a 12.444, 12444 seconds for the driver of the number 21H. Less than 5 starts in a midget coming into this week. Comes around, he'll jump to third quick at a 12.306, 12306 seconds for Levi Hink. Next driver onto the track, winner back at Circle City, was 6th last night at Lincoln Park. Out of Gilbert, Arizona, the AME Electrical, Jugo Superfoods, Reinbold Development Incorporated, Stanton Spike, Reinbold Underwood Motorsports, number 19 AZ. This is Hayden Reinbold. Hayden Reinbold in 19. Lap number 1 is third quick at a 12.143, 12143 seconds for Hayden Reinbold. 24 starts in Indiana Midweek competition. 3 starts here at Bloomington. His best run in 2024 with a 9th place finish. Comes around second quick on his second time by at a 12.104, 12.104 seconds for Hayden Reinbold, currently second quick. Drake Edwards onto the Speedway at Peoria, Arizona. The great company, Rex Road Racing, Speedway Toyota Spike, McDermott Racing, McDermott Plumbing, number 40D. Lap number 1, fourth quick at a 12.271. Ran 17th here in 2024. Couple of wins, Southern Illinois and Angel Park with the Badger Series on the season. 21st last night at Paragon. Or the other night at Paragon. He was not behind the wheel last night. Again, handing control of that car over to Mac Leopard. As we continue on, Zach Weigel out to the Speedway out of Belpre, Ohio. The Odell Motorsports, Pro Marine, Easy Dock, Dean's Waterfront Services, Patrick Odell owned number 1. 9 Indiana Midweek starts. 1 start here in 2024 with a 19th place finish. He goes quick time on lap number 1 with a 12.003, 12003 seconds for Zach Weigel. Puts himself atop here in Learn Lab qualifying. We'll see if he improves on lap number 2. He does. 11.955 is the first driver into the 11-second bracket. Zach Weigel now quickest in Learn Lab qualifying. Drew Sherman out to the Speedway now at Phoenix, Arizona. The AME Electrical Pacific Transportation, Stanton Spike, number 19. Making his first 2 starts in Indiana Midweek competition this week. Semi-feature event is Circle City, 23rd at Paragon, at 22nd last night at Lincoln Park. He's 8th quick on his opening lap at a 12.429. Barriers are down into turns 1 and 2. Brings it off into turns 3 and 4. We'll see if he can improve. Second time around, 8th quick on lap number 1, and that's where he's going to stay. Slower second time by a 12.454. Overheating issue last night at Lincoln Park Speedway. Fresh engine between the pipes and a brand new radiator for the driver to Collinsville, Oklahoma. The RMS EnviroFab Guest Performance Rust Race Gear RMS Racer number 4 of Cale Drake. 1 start here in 2024 with a 12th place finish. He goes 7th quick on his opening lap at a 12.353, 51 times in Indiana USAC National Midget starter. 3 wins, 13 top 5s, 31 top 10s. Better, 6 quick second time around at 12.249. Rick and Reese at Canyon, Texas. Next on to the Speedway, the Sierra Towing and Crushing, Dumas Iron and Metal Speedway Total Link Chassis, Silver Dollar Speedway of Lubbock, Texas, number 20Q. Coming around lap number 1, 8th quick at a 12.318. A 5th, an 8th, and a 12th place run so far here during Indiana Midweek. In search of his first start here at Bloomington Speedway, he has 6 starts Overall during Indian midweek competition, second time by is better, 12.503, or excuse me, slower, a 12.503. That's Brecken Reese in 20. Victory lane last night at Lincoln Park for the driver of Ione, California, the NOS Energy Drink, PristineAuction.com, Mobile One Toyota, Speedway Toyota Spike Chassis, CB Industries, number 87. Grant coming around, lap number 1, 9th quick at a 12.347, 1.2347 seconds for Justin Grant. 4 wins on the season between USAC National Sprint Car and Midget competition. Has run second here in 3 occasions during Indiana Midget Week. Second time around, a little bit slower, a 12.375. Justin Grant will stay 9th. Matt Leopard onto the Speedway now at a Beaver Creek, Ohio. The Great Company, Mulch Express of Wisconsin, Rex Road Racing, Joe's Landscaping, McDermott Plumbing, Speedway Toyota Spike Chassis, number 40L. Another driver in search of his first start here at Bloomington. Goes fourth quick on his opening lap at a 12.115. 19 career USAC National feature starts, 1 top 10. 3 of those starts during Indiana Midget Week. Was 13th last night at Lincoln Park Speedway. Comes around, second time by, a little bit slower, 12.175. Lap number 1, good enough for fourth quick for the time being for Mac Leopard. Gunnar Setzer next onto the Speedway out of Columbus, Indiana, the Midwest Tube Mills. The Cure starts now. Setzer Fabricating Lynch Machining Lead Company, number 43. Picking up the win in fine style here back on June 5th in sprint car competition. Goes 6 quick on his opening lap at a 12.227. 23 career USAC National feature starts, 1 top 5 and 13 top 10. 6 of those during Indiana Midget Week. His father winning a handful of TQ Midget events here over the years. Comes around slower second time by at a 12.331. Lap number 1 at 12.227. 6 quick for Gunnar Setzer. On to the racetrack now at a Bixby, Oklahoma. Driver of the Mobile One, TRD, Kerb Records, Toyota, KKM, Kirby Genia, number 71K. This is Cannon McIntosh. Cannon McIntosh in the 71K, your reigning USAC National Midget Champion, coming around on lap number 1, and he will stop the clock 7th quick at a 12.244. 12.244 for Cannon McIntosh. 39 starts in Indiana Midweek competition. 4 of those here at Bloomington. He was 6th in 2024. His best of 5th place run in 2023. Goes slower second time around at a 12.294. 12.244. Lap number 1 is 7th quick. Colton Robinson out of Titusville, Florida, onto the Speedway. The Precise Tooling Solutions, TRD Mobile One, Curb Records, Walker Filtration, KKM, Kirby Genia, number 67K. 13 career starts in USAC National Midget competition. Comes around 15 quick in his opening lap at a 12.497. 1.2497 seconds for Colton Robinson. Makes his way into turns at 3 and 4. 5 starts in Indiana Midweek competition. Looking for his first here at Bloomington. Improves to 13th on lap number 2 at a 12.371. 1.2371 seconds for Colton Robinson. Carter Sarf out to the Speedway now to Mason City, Illinois. Driver of the Pepleen Henshaw Wrecker Service, Speedway Toyota Ripper Chassis, Factory 71. Toyota Racing Development, Paul May Motorsports, number 71M. Another driver in search of his first start here at Bloomington. Goes 3rd quick on his opening lap. He has been the master of Learn Lap qualifying so far this week. Goes 3rd quick on his opening lap at the 12.090. 7-time starter in Indiana Midweek competition. Finally got the win at Paragon. And tonight he's going to go 3rd quick at a 12.211. 1.2211 seconds slower. Second time by at 12.090. The lap he'll stand on. The Bundy-built Honda, the Joyous Seating, Walker Filtration, Ryan Helmets, number 19M, and Mooresville, North Carolina, onto the Speedway. That is Ethan Mitchell. Ethan Mitchell in the 19M. 27 starts in Indiana Midweek competition. 5 starts here at Bloomington. He was 8th in 2024. His best run in 2019 was a 5th place finish, 11th quick on his opening lap at a 12.280. 12.280 for the 19M on lap number 1. Lap number 2, slower, 12.442. He'll stand on lap number 1 and 11th quick for Ethan Mitchell. Mike Unger at Madison, Wisconsin, onto the Speedway now, driving the Spring Green Tackle, I Buy Signs, Locked In Logistics, the Shadow Man, Frederickson Unger Racing, number 67U. Still in search of that Indiana Midget Week 8 feature start. Goes 18 quick on his opening lap at a 12.992. 1.2992 seconds. So far, semi-feature appearances at Circle City, Paragon, and last night at Lincoln Park Speedway. Brings it around up at turn number 4. We'll see if he improves second time by. He does not. A 13.405. Lap number 1 at 12.992 for Mike Unger. Puts him 18th currently. 3rd place finish last night at Lincoln Park Speedway for the driver of Southern California. Driver of the Indy Power Sports, Desnudos Organic Tequila, Stanton Spike, Prime 47 Drop Light, Abacus Racing number 57. This is Logan Seavey. Logan Seavey on track coming around on lap number 1. He'll go 3rd quick at a 12.069. 5 starts here at Bloomington. A 4th in 2024. a best run of second in 2019. Of course, a pair of USAC National Sprint Car wins here at the Bloomington Speedway. Comes around second time by, slower, 12.781, a 12.069. And lap number 1 puts him third. From Sheffield, United Kingdom, the J. Davis Scrap Metal Bubble 1, Toyota Curb Records, KKM Curb Genie number 98K. This is Brandon Carr. Brandon Carr on track. Originally was not scheduled to be in the second half of Indiana Midget Week as he had asphalt late model obligations. That event, though, scrapped by Mother Nature, so he will continue on racing with us. He goes 19th quick in his opening lap at a 12.620. 10 career starts in USAC National Midget Competition. Comes around second time by, better on time. Still 19th, though, at a 12.560. Trevor Klein onto the Speedway now to Mooresville, North Carolina. Joe the Bellwood Auto Body, DC Machine, Smith Titanium, Simpson, Stanton Spike Chassis, number 55. 4 starts in Indiana Midweek Competition. Comes around 20th quick on his opening lap at a 12.636, 1.2636 seconds for the driver of the number 55. An 8th place run last night at Lincoln Park Speedway. Comes around second time, goes to 13th quick at a 12.305, 1.2305 seconds for Trevor Klein. Jacob Denny next out to the Speedway now at Galloway, Ohio. Driving the JBL Audio TRD Mobile 1 Toyota Curb Records KKM Kerbagajanian number 67. 3-time starter here at Bloomington. Third in 2024, his best overall finish here in Indiana Midweek Competition. An 8th and a 13th in his other appearances. 22 overall starts in Indiana Midweek action. Goes 17th quick on his opening lap of the 12.350. Second time around for Denny. Slower, 12.398 to 12.350. Lap number 1's the one he'll stand on, currently 17th. Rod popping out of the bottom of this one last night out of Coleman, Alabama. Unfortunately relegated him to a 24th place finish. The Purple Heart Foundation Metalloid 1 Acro Seal, 4 Kings Driven Performance number 14 of Kevin Thomas Jr. 21st quick on lap number 1, a 12.487, 1.2487 seconds for Kevin Thomas Jr. 6 starts here at Bloomington, was 13th the last time we were in action in 2024. A best of second in 2015. 20th second time around, a 12.380, improves by a little over a tenth of a second. Kyle Jones out to the racetrack now at Kennedale, Texas. The England Machine and Tool High Performance Lubricant Sherbolt Suspension Schoenfeld Engler owned at number 7TX. 1 start here in 2024 resulted in a 21st place finish. He was 16th last night at Lincoln Park. Goes 16th on his opening lap at a 12.325, 1.2325 seconds for Kyle Jones on lap number 1. Victory with Power Eye up at Macon back on June 5th. Makes his way around to the front straightaway. 16th on lap number 1. That's where he's going to stay. Slower second time by at a 12.492, a 12.325 on lap number 1 will be his best attempt. Matt Sherrill out to the Speedway out of Collinsville, Oklahoma. The Second Opinion Auto, Stanton Link, MPV Express Gauge Suspension. Dan and Patricia Harrison, number 2ND. 1 start here in 2009, ran 22nd, comes around 8th quick on his opening lap of the 12.222. Matt Sherrill onto the back straightaway, 15 career USAC National Midget starts. He was 15th last night at Lincoln Park Speedway. Checkered flag will fly on him, and lap number 2 going to be a little bit slower at 12.272, a 12.222 on lap number 1 will be his best attempt, putting him 8th. Gavin Miller onto the racetrack now. The Sound Gear Toyota Racing Development Mobile 1 Curb Records KKM Kerbagajanian number 97. Winner here in 2023. He was 4th in 2024. Goes 20th quick in his opening lap at a 12.361. Of course, also picked up a second USAC National Midget score last August when he makes his way off a turn at number 4. Checkered flag will drop. 20th on lap number 1, 11th on lap number 2, a 12.245. Confirming 99K of Robert Carson will be a no-show here in Learn Lab qualifying, so that will wrap things up. 5th quick tonight was Hayden Reinbold. 4th was Carter Sarf. 3rd was Logan Seavey. 2nd was Jacob Boxell. And your Learn Lab quick qualifier tonight at Belpre, Ohio, the Odell Trucking Pro Marine Easy Dock Deaton's Waterfront Services number 1. Race fans, give him a hand, Zach Weigel. Weigel, the only driver to get down into the 11-second bracket, 11.955. We'll bring him around to the fan side of the grandstands here in just a little bit. In the meantime, mini sprint hot laps coming up.
Next up, qualifying for the Midwest Mini Sprints. 24 strong, I believe, have been out. Last time the mini sprints were here back on May 29th, Brandon Coffey picked up the victory. Ashton Lovelace, Jalen Mills, a former champion. Johnson Ginder has won 2. Those back in March at Windy Hollow, also at Circle City. Tri-Stat went to Jalen Mills. Brandon Coffey will come in as your point leader, card 922, 205 points over Adam Hirsch. Card number 51, 183. Zach Rell, a rookie, 177. Nick McCannon, 162. And car 118, Jonathan Ginder, 162. Field is listed with the lineup that I was given. Has several former champions, including Andy Bradley, one of the principals here at Bloomington Speedway. 2008 and 2015 champion. His brother also a champion here. Jonathan Ginder champion in 2025. Brandon Coffey in 2021. And Jalen Mills in 2020. Of note, at least to me, Bo Bender, a 2-time mini sprint champion after having success in Arizona. And, of course, we know him more for turning wrenches for Keith Kuntz Motorsports. So it's one qualifying group overall. They will come out in groups, but they are not qualifying against each other. But we are Johnson Ginder will be out of the 38 machine. Doug Johnson, the 21J. Cole Culp, the 5K. Nick McCannon, the 818. Scott Elbrecht, the 10K. And Adam Hirsch in the 51A. Have one spun in the infield. I think that's Doug Johnson who spun down there in turn number 1, Adam Hirsch, the 51A. Long history of the mini sprints here at Bloomington Speedway. In fact, mini sprints predate the Midwest Mini Sprint Association. The old AMSA ran here. Kevin Chambers, a mini sprint champion. We've watched his daughter Cindy compete tonight. Start to deal with a little, I'm trying to work out the scoring here. We have really two different groups sort of coming at it here. So it takes just a little bit of negotiation to get this all squared away. Midwest Mini Sprints at least have run back since 2009. Bo Bender, we mentioned a winner here back in May of 2013. Brad Strunk had some great years. Brian Brewer, we've seen in the sprint car ranks. Mike Larison, a former series champion. Jordan Shipley, who's with us, has won here as well. My first years here, 33 years ago, we had a different group that ran with us that ran in a mini sprint configuration. We're just trying to get the scoring all squared away. There's Samantha Alloway in the X machine. Samantha goes by. Jonathan Gender in the 38. We mentioned what he's done. Has won 2 races. The first 2 races of the year, in car number 38 fell into his camp. Scott Albrecht in the 10K makes his way into turn number 1. By the way, again, we'll give an award tonight, the Sober Joe's Recovery of the Night Award. Stop by the Sober Joe's stand right by the concession stand. I stopped by and got a cup of coffee. It's always good. And it goes to a great cause. We appreciate what they do. We've also started coffees and cars down here in the lot as well on Saturdays. Sober Joe's Coffee, encouraged to change sober living because recovery deserves a victory lane too. And there are folks that can tell their story about why this has made a difference in their life. So you get a great cup of coffee and you're donating to a great cause. Stop by and see them. So bear with us. Jordan Shepley was buying the 22S machine. Can we mention Jordan Shepley has been a winner here at Bloomington Speedway in the Midwest Mini Sprint ranks. That's barking and taking off. I think like someone in front of a World War II biplane, I heard the term contact. So I think we may be back in business here. I think we're good. So all 24 will come out. And the times will be used to determine the heat race lineups, but a little bit different than we did with the sprint cars. We're not qualifying within in groups. It's a little bit different. $11,784 for the 38 of Johnson Ginder. No surprise there. $12,070 for our most recent winner, Brandon Coffey, the former series champion. The 10K of Scott Albrecht, 12 point, what'd you say, Lori? 125. Adam Hirsch, the 51. 12,169. That's your top 4. Brent McLaughlin in the 14M, who was been with the tour here a little bit. Johnson, Ginsler still the best time. .22 Jordan Shipley, fourth quick now. 12:162. Adam Hurst, 51, is fifth fastest overall. Okay, we're just struggling just a little bit. Still with our transponder. We're getting the times. I know that you may not see them on your My Race Pass. Chase Hofling, car number 29, was the fourth fastest overall. Jordan Shipley, fifth fastest. What was Chase's time, Lori? 12:130. Okay. Using some high-tech communications here across the room. But nonetheless, we got him in. We got the qualifying in. Got qualifying in for all three groups, and we close to ready to go for opening ceremonies.
Before we get into opening ceremonies, we're going to go ahead and get our interview with our Learn Lab Quick Qualifier this evening. Crew's going to go to work on the track a little bit as well. But ladies and gentlemen, for the first time this season, for the third time in his career, he is your Learn Lab Quick Qualifier as he makes his way up to the stage. Give him a hand, Zach Weigel.
His first Learn Lab Fast Qualifying Award of the 2026 season. He's the first driver during Indiana Midget Week to break the reign of Carter Sarf during Learn Lab qualifying efforts. And Zach Weigel had speed all week, really, really good on Bloomington Speedway tonight. The only driver in the 11-second bracket. What do you think you found that maybe somebody else didn't?
The guys back in the pits, Pat, Calvin, and Ben, we just had the thing really nice. I told them earlier in the week we were going to struggle. Paragon and Putnamville, just get through them, get solid finishes, and we'll go from here. These last few tracks are some of my favorite in the country, and I'm just thankful to be here getting to do what I love.
Yeah, so you mentioned that some of those racetracks that we've already been to, gotten through with, were some of the ones that you felt like you might struggle at. You've had a lot of really good speed, though, and even though not on paper, like a ton of stuff to show for it, what's that last little piece that you're looking for follow-through tonight?
Yeah, man, we've just had solid, good finishes. We just need great finishes. We've been missing that half a tenth in the feature, but we've always been really good here, so looking forward to it, but just thankful for everybody that gives me this opportunity.
And excited, Zach Weigel picks up his first Learn Lab Fast Qualifying Award of the 2026 season during night number 4 of Indiana Midget Week.
And congratulations to Zach with that. Track prep going to be coming up here for just a little bit. So here on the FloRacing broadcast, we're going to step away for a moment. We'll be back to Bloomington.
Whatever you drive, however you drive. AMSOIL specially engineers lubricants to maximize power, performance, and protection in your vehicles, so you can work hard and play hard with confidence. Order online at amsoil.com.
Indy Metal Finishing is a family-owned and operated business with 30 years of experience in the industry. Their mission is to support their customers with an exceptional level of quality and service. Conveniently located minutes from downtown Indianapolis, Indy Metal Finishing offers Type 2 and Type 3 anodizing chemical conversions, passivation, and electroless nickel services to motorsports, medical, military, aerospace, and manufacturing industries. Indy Metal Finishing is ISO certified and holds an FFL license. If you have any questions, please call Indy Metal Finishing today at 317-858-5353. Find them online at Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter at Indy Metal Finishing, or visit their website at indymetalfinishing.com.
Center, we keep you moving with confidence. We've upgraded everything: faster oil changes, a thorough 21-point inspection, expert AC service, and preventative maintenance that keeps your car road ready. And now enjoy easier access to our signature Nitro Wash, so your ride shines bright all year long.
Looking for great service, a wide variety of Lucas Oil products, and racing oils, or looking for a location near you, contact us at lucasoilcenter.com.
Lucas Oil Center, service that goes the extra mile.
Can I get 4 guavas? No, the big ones. Thanks.
Ignite your taste with new NOS Energy Grand Prix Guava. Buy it now at a store near you.
Hey, are you caught in the tariff trap, rising costs, and unpredictable delays? Well, it's time to reshore, reclaim, and reinvent with Parallax Group Incorporated. With over 30 years of expertise, we deliver high-quality assembly and manufacturing solutions right here in North America. Our strategically located facility near the U.S. border ensures faster distribution and reduced logistics costs. Experience efficiency, control, and excellence in every product. Parallax Group Incorporated, quality assembly processes in North America.
Go harder, faster, stronger with Rod End Supply. Whether you are running industrial, farming equipment, or a race car, Rod End Supply has the assortment of rod ends, radius rods, and specialty products that will help you lead the field in performance. Our superior design means our rod ends last longer and perform better, giving you the edge on the track and saving you money. Contact Rod End Supply or order online today at rodendsupply.com. We don't just sell them, we race them. rodendsupply.com. Serving the racing community for over 30 years.
RaceAid supports USAC racers and their families in times of need.
Your generosity fuels our recovery.
Your donations help us get back on track.
And scan the QR code to donate today.
Donate today.
sports here on FloRacing. Also live tonight on the Flo 24/7 channel on Amazon Prime. Track prep just about wrapped up here. He'll make just about another lap or two before we get ready to go into opening ceremonies here tonight. As the Packer makes its way onto the back straightaway. Real quick, let's look at Midget Week standings coming into tonight's racing action, and it has been all over the place, and Carter Sarf now has moved up to the top of the points. 207 markers accrued so far this week. Cannon McIntosh currently in second, Logan Seavey in third, Jacob Boxell in fourth, Justin Grant, Jacob Denny, Hayden Reinbold, Zach Weigel, Brecken Reese, and Gunnar Setzer currently make up the top 10 in Indiana Midget Week standings. Into the season-long point standings, of course, very early on in the 2026 season. Justin Grant has moved to the top of the points. Jacob Denny up to second. Jacob Boxell in third. Zach Weigel in fourth. Kevin Thomas Jr., who had been atop of the boards, has gotten shuffled all the way back to fifth. Cale Drake, Gunnar Setzer, Hayden Reinbold, Gavin Miller, and Brecken Reese currently make up the top 10. Of course, you can see the entire rundown of driver and entrant standings when you go online to USACRacing.com. $15,000. That is what the champion of Indiana Midget Week will put in his pocket when it is all said and done Sunday at Kokomo. And the driver that passes the most cars throughout the course of the week will get a $500 bonus courtesy of the Parallax Group. Every time drivers are on track this week, they are in the running for that $500 bonus. The season-long $2,500 bonus at the end of the year. That is every time drivers are on track for a feature competition. Again, that is both brought to you by the Parallax Group. Looking ahead, Indiana Midget Week tomorrow heads down to Hopstad, Indiana, the Clash Track. Sunday, we wrap things up at Kokomo. Monday, we make our way back east, and Grandview kicks off Yokohama Tire Eastern Storm, presented by Levan Machine and Truck Equipment. That'll be on Tuesday, June 16th. Bridgeport in New Jersey on the 17th. Big Diamond Speedway on the 18th. Williams Grove Speedway on the 19th. Port Royal is a double shot with USAC Gainesville Sprint Car National Championship, as well as the Silver Crown Division on track, with Action Track USA rounding things out on Sunday, June 21st. Back into the state of Indiana for Silver Crown and the rescheduled Hoosier 100, a part of Thursday Night Thunder at Lucas Oil Indianapolis Raceway Park. That'll be on June 25th. Sprint cars back on track at Millstream on June 26th. Again, at USACRacing.com is where you can see the entire lineup of all USAC national and regional events. So again, trying to get the top of the racetrack to come in just a little bit more before we get into racing action here this evening. So with that, it looks like we are just about ready to go with our opening ceremonies. Ladies and gentlemen, would you please rise for our invocation and national anthem? Before we get into our invocation, we would like to recognize briefly Mr. Dean Shirley. He was called home this past Tuesday at the age of 94. He was a legend behind the wheel, especially of the Illinois dirt tracks. In time, he would become a regular in USAC National Sprint Car Competition, where he holds the distinction of being the oldest Series Rookie of the Year at the age of 52 in 1983. He won twice with USAC, Salem Speedway, where he is the winningest sprint car driver of all time, and a winner at Kokomo as well. The United States Auto Club extends its deepest condolences to his friends, his family, and his many fans across the nation. If you would, a moment of silence in honor of Mr. Dean Shirley. And now with our invocation, Chaplain Tim Spillman.
Can we all pray? Father God, once again, thank you for all your blessings and all your love that you give to each and every one of us. Thank you for your Son that gave his life for all of us on Calvary. We thank you for the opportunity of being here at Bloomington Speedway, and I ask that every venue that they would put on, may it be a great success. We thank you for all the military, Lord, that's standing around this world and on our shores to keep that freedom so we can assemble the way we are doing tonight. And Lord, I ask you to bring them all home safe very soon. We thank you for all the sponsors that come along to help make all this possible. And now, Father, we ask you'd bless and keep safe all of our drivers, crews, officials, and all of these great fans. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, performing our national anthem, Miss Audrey Rose.
Whoa, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Won't say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
God, how many of you ever had a chance to go to Little Springfield Speedway? Any of you out there? It was unbelievable. Joe Shaheen's Little Springfield, super weekend. The target off of turn number 4, that if you got a bonus, if you hit it on the way out of the place. Pitzel's Gym working underneath the grandstand. And you betcha Dean Shirley, the Standridges, Jim Bohan, young Donnie Beechler. I can go on and on. Competed at that great oval, and we certainly do. Salute Dean Shirley, the oldest Rookie of the Year in the history of the United States Auto Club. He was something else. So we turn our attention now to the sprint cars. Top 4 will qualify 8 laps of distance. On the pole from Greenwood, the Gabriel Gilbert Realty, Bloomington Speedway, Putnamville, and Harf, Rookie of the Year. In the 10G, that's Gabriel Gilbert. Alongside the High Aspirations Farms Rumpke, Fast Signs, Hawkins Speed Shop, Old Schoolhouse Winery car from Columbus, California. In the 24P, from a USAC CRA Rookie of the Year, that's Max Adams. David Gasper, the Tyler Sturgeon Racing from Goleta, California. In the Clean, Simply Birdhouse, CSI Shocks, DRC Chassis, Freeland Power Entry, 3rd year in the sprint car. He's been a winner in USAC CRA competition. Outside row number 2, in the 24M for Bedford, Indiana, it's Hunter Maddox. TJD Roofing and Exteriors, Auto Credit, Able Drum Company, and Provision Signs, his sponsor. Been with us for a couple of weeks now in the Hoosier State Bull Rings. Driver of car number 66, been racing 15 years. From Albuquerque, New Mexico, it's Caleb Stilzig. McMurray Land and Aquatic Services, Jake Swanson Shock Technology, Ortho Elite Physical Therapy. He's a 3-time Power Ride 360 champion in his career. Places like Vados, Sandia, etc. down in his native New Mexico. Jade Rogers from Rookie of the Year with USAC, Beasley's Rail Car Repair, American Dream Racing, Lucky 7 Technologies. Driver of car number 14 calls Worthington, Indiana home. And bring up the rear, the 29, OG of Tom Eller, Pleasant Prairie, Wisconsin. Whitmore's Wrecker Service Team MSR, R Shock Services, and Pit Road Apparel. Says here he was the chicken fight champ in 1997, 1998, and 1999. I have no idea what that means, but I will certainly take his word for it. 8 laps, the distance, the top 4 will transfer to the feature event. I mentioned this on previous Flow broadcasts. Some of you are new to the area. If you look over in turn between 3 and 4, we believe there are at least 2 1932 Fords buried under that turn. And I'm not kidding. So a couple old Ford sedans are buried in turns 3 and 4. On the front straightaway, in a period of disrepair of the racetrack, the covered grandstand sort of fell in, and a lot of the wood just dumped down the racing surface. We went to rework it. A grader operator came to a sudden halt when he hit one of the beams trying to repair the track. That's interesting of itself. It came from the grandstand. Equally interesting was the grader operator, who was Sheldon Kinser. We see 50-50 making its way through the grandstands. Do stop by, go see the folks at Sober Joe's on our concession stand. Chocolate Mousse in the house. We'll have the Chocolate Mousse Kids Club, and big thanks to Miriam's Walnut Flowers. They present the winner's wreath. We'll go to the drivers who will enter the B97 Hoosier Country 105.1 Victory Lane. Looks like Dave Nearpass is holding vigil right in the middle of the Willard Colfax Memorial infield, ready to get some shots here. This is a great place for photographers to get shots of this historic red clay oval. That's why we're doing just a little bit of more grooming on the racetrack. Back in June 1927, Billy McCoy was the winner here. He also won in July of that year. He was the Arnold Johnson-owned Green Devil race car. That's the kind of history this place has. As we get this first heat race lined up, we want to offer this race in the memory of David Wall. He was a great race fan and supporter of Bloomington Speedway who recently passed. Several folks asked me to remember him, and we certainly will. So this is in honor of one of our great fans. Thank you, David Wall. Go green next time by for the first heat race of the night. Gabriel Gilbert, Rookie of the Year here at Lincoln Park. Former Gas City champion Max Adams alongside the 24P. 8 laps of distance, top 4. We'll finish. Rusty Nunn looks them over, and we are racing. Nicely on the bottom is Gabriel Gilbert, as Max Adams committed to the high side. David Gasper right now holding third. Keep an eye on Jaden Rogers. Not a good qualifying effort, but he knows this racetrack exceptionally well. And Jaden already beginning to pressure for a transfer spot. Max Adams to the outside, the 24P. Adams of the Jamie Paul 24P. Gabriel Gilbert not giving up. Who's going to go higher on the racetrack? Jane Rogers has got the transfer spot, hungry for more. Max Adams in control. David Gasper now in the 77. And Hunter Maddox is digging in the 24. Gasper flirting with an outside berm in turn number 4, and it can bite you in a hurry. Two to go for Adams. Top 4 looks secure, though Hunter Maddox not giving up. White flag right there for Max Adams. So Max, who had such a great run here last Friday night, is going to put the first heat race in the book. David Gasper bobbles a bit, but still finishes second, followed by Jaden Rogers and Gabriel Gilbert. Those 4 will move forward in tonight's feature. Heat race number 2 looks this way. On the pole position from Frankfort, Indiana, in the Ruoff Mortgage of Frankfort, Intact Management Group, Strunk Farms History, that is Jack Hoyer. Alongside USAC Triple Crown champ, 2-time Chili Bowl champion. From Sutter, California, racing for Landon Simon Racing. In the Parts Authority, not Enterprise, the Hayloft entry, that is Logan CV. What a treat to have Logan here. He'll be tough come Indiana Sprint Week. Inside of row number 2 of the 13P, the Avante Windows and Doors entry from Albuquerque, New Mexico, that's Cameron LaRose. Cameron LaRose, alongside a many-time champion in the Upper Midwest from Rush City, Minnesota, in the Whitman's Roofing, JCB Speed North, and Justice Brothers entry. Been racing for 20 years. That is Rob Cahoe Jr. Row number 3, Boiler Up Racing Club, Terry Gary, Fine Art Photography. Sophomore season of the sprint cars from Shelbyville, Indiana, the 37 of Logan Prickett. Alongside from Kenosha, Wisconsin, Roadside Transport, Josh Moffitt Roofing, DNS Machine Shop car, that is Bryce Andrews. Former Harf Rookie of the Year is Cindy Chambers. Family's been racing here for, golly, at least 35 years, maybe 40. From Bloomington, Indiana. Bloomington Speedway Mulch, Bill's Auto Repair, KJR Racing Products, Bill Bond, and B. Rains Photography and Videography car, that is Cindy Chambers. And the Ace Corporation, number 87, from Cloverdale, Indiana, it is Tony Helton. Hoyer, CV, LaRose, Cahoe, Prickett, Andrews, Chambers, and Helton. Next Friday night, a salute to Randy Kinzer. And I suspect Randy's down off of turn number 4 on the hill, as he often is. 3-time champion here. Couple of live springs also at this racetrack. One's been sort of capped off down in the lower concession stand. But for years, people would come here to get drinking water. And it was available to people who came here in the 20s and 30s to go to races here. The configuration of this racetrack has really not changed, except it was bigger. If you look at films in the 40s, people set lawn chairs on the hillside just as they do today. It is historic, and one reason we love it. Hoyer's trying to find some traction on the bottom. See if he's going to try to work the outside. Logan closes in a hurry. Cameron LaRose, the winner this year at Windy Hollow Raceway. Running in the third spot, going for second. Runner-up race car 37, Logan Prickett, running in the fourth spot. He's been an all-star TQ winner in his career. Logan takes the lead, but Jack says, you know what? I can fight too. And now Cameron LaRose joins the party. Oh, Cameron, way up on the cushion. Cameron's heart might have skipped a beat there in turns 1 and 2. And Logan Prickett's starting to get a little bit racy. Top 4 have separated themselves with just 2 to go. Well, how about Jack Hoyer? He got in front and he got gone in a hurry as the white flag comes out. And LaRose putting some pressure on Logan. Cameron goes to the bottom. Slides in front of Logan. So Hoyer will take it. Cameron LaRose, Logan Seavey, and Logan Prickett. Kid's worked hard to get a steady ride. He's got it from Frankfurt. Your winner is Jack Hoyer. Raising Cane's Bloomington heat race number 2. Winning a heat race is great. When you say you won a heat race and Logan Seavey was in it, that makes it just a little bit better. Heat race number 3. From Elwood, Indiana, that's Bo Brandon. Tony Ellen Foundation, Superior Tote Solutions. Achieve Performance Parts. And Bumgartner Asphalt Services. Alongside from right here in Bloomington, the Roan's Garage, Clark Excavating Entry. That's Matt Thompson in car number 26. Austin Corey from Morristown in car number 49. In the Browns Oil Service, Inline Painting, Celebration Child Care, Earl's Plumbing, and Armstrong Transport Car is joined by Cody Tramble from Smithville, Indiana. That's right down the road. Whitman Roofing, TCB Speed North, Ace Corporation, BMR Racing. Right down Fairfax Road. Next, we got the former Australian speed car champion from Sydney, the Gary Brook-owned machine. It is Nathan Smee. He's joined alongside by a gentleman who is a former Rookie of the Year in the 305s. In the Liberty entry from Fillmore, Indiana, Tyson Lady. In your final row, another driver who comes to us from Albuquerque. The owner and sponsor, it's all him. Just car number 0, that's J.R. Bonesteel. And alongside in the 79. From Bedford, Indiana, Ricketts Automotive, BMR Ace entry, that has been Boat's Child. Brandon Thompson, Corey Trammell, Smee, Lady, Bonesteel, and Boat's Child. What a great next time by. It's tight sledding right off the drop. Matt Thompson knows this track extraordinarily well. As does Cody Trammell. They get in front of Bo Brandon. Scramble for the fourth and final transfer. Looked like Smee, a little bobble there in the 42. We'll see if he can recover from that. Thompson rides the rail. Cody Trammell, Bo Brandon now running third, and it's Corey trying to hold on to the fourth and final transfer spot. Whoa, Bo backs it in there at the 21, able to hold on. Meanwhile, Smee putting pressure to take that fourth spot away from Austin Corey. That's a good battle for fourth, and that's critical. That's your final transfer spot. Thompson's got it on cruise control with 2 to go. Bo Brandon flirted with disaster right there. High off in turn number 4, able to save it. He may approach this with a little more pace this time, as the white flag comes out safely in a transfer spot. Cody Trammell getting a little racy there. He may make one strong move, but he's not going to have enough. Matt Thompson takes it. Cody Trammell, Bo Brandon, and Nathan Smee, the Australian, bumps his way in to the final transfer spot. What we have coming up now in heat race number 4 is a loaded heat race. I mean, this is stout. On the pole position, Oxnard, California physical medicine consultants, Morris Farms, D's Transport Car, that is Rippin' Ricky Lewis. Alongside the Pit Logic 8-3 Customs Elevate Racing Media entry from Sonoma, Washington, that is Chance Crum. Twice he's won the Clay Cup in the micros up in Deming, Washington. That's a big race in the Northwest. Row number 2 is the former track champion in the Darrell Tate entry. In the HEI, Penny Lane Childcare, Van Horn Graphics, and Lucky 7 Technologies. He lists his accomplishments, the fact that he's still doing it, and he's doing it well. That's Jordan Kinzer. Alongside from Bonham, Texas, in the B-Town Automotive, Rush Race Gear, and Circle C Adventures entry, that is Kobe Simpson. Harley Burns, he's a former track champion. He's in the Brit Aero 16B from Brazil. He'll be joined by Chargin Charles in the MP Environmental, Central Arizona Raceway, FK IndyCar from Buckeye, Arizona, Charles Davis Jr. Trey Osborne's in the Industrial Hydraulics, Sheffield Trailer Sales entry. He's calling Indianapolis home, but he's from Columbus, Ohio. And alongside, it's a very tough and fast guy from Nashville, Indiana, in the Brandon Spencer Racing entry. That is Brandon Spencer in the 22. And we're christening Indiana in the Oshers Auto Center, Buckhorn Laser Works, Part City, Dale Auto Parts, Equity Construction Car. It's Brendan Shue. Going to get Charles in place in that distinctive mustard yellow 47 car. There's a Darrell Tate 75 of Jordan Kinzer. Jordan was the winner of the Ticket to Tulsa last year, combined points battle between Bloomington and Paragon Speedway. Combined points situation, better put, and earned a ride in the Chili Bowl Nationals. Harley Burns, the winner this year at Lincoln Park. And Ricky Lewis has won a lot, period. And winner on this particular stretch of races during Indiana Midget Week after a tough battle with Jaden Rogers at Paragon. Oh, this is tight. Chance Crump tried the outside. Jordan Kinzer's working on the outside of the 75. Whoa, careful. Chance Crump, a little bobble there, that got scary. What's scary for Jordan Kinzer is that here comes Ricky Lewis streaking down the back straightaway. Ricky won his very first sprint car race at Paragon Speedway several years back. Now trying to track down Jordan Kinzer. Chance Crump desperately hanging on to the 4th position. Charles Davis Jr. going elbows up. Charlie's still fighting hard. Jordan Kinzer knows this racetrack very well, despite of how stout Ricky Lewis has been. Whoa, 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 hang on. So Jordan Kinzer, Ricky Lewis, Harley Burns, Chance Crump. But Charles Davis Jr. at the white flag is trying to grab one more piece of that summer sky. And here he comes down the back straightaway. Jordan Kinzer, we know that. Oh, look at that slider by Charlie. Oh, he did it. Okay, let's have some real talk here. Jordan Kinzer wins it. Ricky Lewis is second, and Harley Burns is third. But if you've got a few candles on your birthday cake, as I do, you got to appreciate the effort of Charles Davis Jr., who took that 4th spot. Wow, what a run by Charlie.
Great way to round out sprint car heat races here tonight. Heat race number 1 for the USAC NOS Energy Drink Midget National Championship will begin to make its way out onto the Speedway. 10 laps, top 6 where you want to be to avoid running your 5-star body semi-feature event. Heat race number 1 will begin to push out of the staging lanes, and Levi Hink out of Sweet Springs, Missouri, going to bring him down to the drop of the green flag of the FK Indy Elliott's Custom Trailers and Carts. FK Rollins number 21H. Outside for number 1, Cale Drake out of Collinsville, Oklahoma, the RMS EnviroFab guest performance Rush Race Gear number 4. Second row from the inside, 71, Cannon McIntosh out of Bixby, Oklahoma, driving the Mobile 1 TRD Curb Breakers Toyota number 71K. And for the 4th starting spot in 45, Bradley Cox out of Black Forest, Colorado, the Redline Performance Roofing Stanton Link chassis entry. Next row from the inside, the 71M of Carter Sarf out of Mason City, Illinois, the Pefley and Henshaw Wrecker Service, Factory 71, Toyota Racing Development number 71M. And tonight's Learn Lab Quick Qualifier out of Belpre, Ohio, the Odell Motorsports, Odell Trucking Pro Marine Easy Dock number 1 of Zach Weigel. Justin Grant out of Ione, California, the NOS Energy Drink, PristineAuction.com, Mobile 1 Toyota Racing Development number 87. He'll line up in 7th from 8th. It'll be Adam Taylor. He's out of Wheatfield, Indiana, the Horizon Carpentry. Mongo Crane, Mac Electric, Martin One Source, Excel Automotive number 7T. Final starter is set to be the driver out of Madison, Wisconsin. Driving the Spring Green Tackle, I Buy Signs, Locked In Logistics, the Shadow Man number 67U. That is Mike Unger. That'll be our scheduled lineup again for K1 Race Gear Heat Race number 1. Toyota Racing Development pace truck making its way onto the back straightaway. Field will get hustled around and in line. K1 Race Gear is proud to be one of the very few companies to outfit any driver from kids at K1 Speed to USAC champions. With priorities on safety, quality, and comfort, K1 ensures every driver feels confident and prepared to pursue their racing dreams. We're K1 Race Gear and join their list of champions today. Learn more at K1RaceGear.com. Toyota Racing Development pace truck down into the infield. Hink. Second time behind the wheel in USAC National Midget Competition. Brings him around to the NOS Energy start can. We'll see if this one sticks. It's thumbs down. That green flag never came out. Caution light's going to come on. They'll bring it back and try it again.
So it's side by side, nose to tail through the NOS Energy Drink start can. So the 21H of Levi Hink penalized for that one.
Little bit too quick on the throttle.
It looked like an awfully good start. And by good, I mean...
From his vantage point, it was
exactly,
great.
Yes.
But again, trying to keep things as fair as possible here on the start. So a pair of Okie is going to go to the front of this one. Collinsville and Bixby. Cale Drake, Cannon McIntosh. Coming around this time, that's how it's supposed to look when they come to the NOS Energy start can. We're underway. Mentioned during qualifying, Cale Drake, the RMS team having to go to work today, swapping out the Speedway Toyota beneath the bonnet of that thing. Got overheated last night. It was coming up on about time to pull it out anyway, so they made the stop this morning, dropped it off. They got a fresh bullet between the tubes here, and he's going to take off at the race lead. Cannon McIntosh running in second. Had a horde of drivers coming after him in the opening lap, but they're still there 3 wide. Cannon gets hung in the middle, and the 45 puts it up to the top of the Speedway, takes over the second spot. Question is, can he hold it? Carter Sarf down to his inside.
Yeah, Cannon McIntosh just found a lull there, and now is sitting back in that 5th position.
It's amazing. You'll see him come in with a ton of drive on entry right through the middle. They'll get to the exit. They'll hit that one slick spot, and you can see the whole back of the car raise up. He's making up for that, though, as he's gotten to the high side of the Speedway. He watched Bradley Cox just absolutely rip the vinyl off of that thing on the way by. Now he's going to go up there and see if there's anything for him. So far, it's there. The Mobile One, number 71, back into that second spot. Bradley Cox in third. Zach Weigel in that mix right now, trying to take over the third spot. The 45 of Bradley Cox to the outside. The 1 slips up, and here comes the 71M, Carter Sarf. Trying to take over the 4th position. He's got it. Weigel back to 5th. Justin Grant. Victory last night at Lincoln Park right now with the final transfer spot. Hank, Taylor, and Unger round out your running order. Taylor to the outside of the 21H to get around him. He'll move up into 7th. It's almost a half a straightaway till you find Justin Grant. That's who he's got to catch and then trying to get by. And that race for 3rd, a dandy Zach Weigel. Cutting right through the middle and takes that spot away.
Third line definitely moving up toward the top side of the racetrack. Cale Drake sitting up there, Cannon McIntosh, Zach Weigel all running the top side. Weigel, just as I say, it gets a little bit too high and has to get that thing back under him.
It is a treacherously thin line between running hard on the cushion and running over the cushion. Taylor also right on that line as they come around to the wave of the white flag and 1 to go. Leader working on to the far side of the Speedway one last time here in K1 Race Gear Heat Race number 1, safely at the front of this one. Cale Drake gets the job done. Cannon McIntosh crossing in 2nd. 3rd at the line, going to go to Carter Sarf. He charges outside line by Zach Weigel, Justin Grant, Bradley Cox. Those drivers onto the feature event. Adam Taylor, Levi Hink, and Mike Unger unofficially rounding out your field. But your winner, ladies and gentlemen, he comes to you to Collinsville, Oklahoma, the RMS EnviroFab Guest Performance Rest Race Gear number 4. Give him a hand, Cale Drake. Cannon McIntosh in 2nd, Carter Sarf in 3rd. Zach Weigel, Justin Grant, Bradley Cox, they're all going on to the feature event. Taylor, Hink, and Unger onto the 5-star Bonnie's semi-feature. Let's go down to Drake.
Cale Drake gets the job done in the RMS Racing number 4 here in K1 Race Gear Heat Race number 1. And Cale, you were ringing the top side of the Speedway. Funny enough, that's what we saw in the sprint car heat races earlier this evening. Were you watching those sprint car heat races to figure out where to go, especially to be on the top here in these heat races?
No, I was just hoping and praying to God I didn't end up out in the ditch like I did last time I was here. So this place is really fast and super technical, and when it's got a few chops like that, it can bite you at any moment. So I just kept my right foot down, and it worked out for us, but we had to win that heat race to put ourselves in position tonight. But yeah, super grateful for my guys. They just keep working at it. You know, we're so new together, and we're all still learning. We're such a young group, and just to show how much we improve each time we get out on the track, it's super special. And I just hope we can put together a few good nights the rest of the week to, you know, pick our way back up through those points. But just huge thanks to all these people for coming out. This is a huge crowd for Midget Week, and excited to see if we can put on a show for you guys in the feature.
The strategy was simple. He was going to put his foot to the floor And he did just that as Cale Drake gets the win in K1 Race Gear Heat Race number 1, his first of 2026.
Thank you very much. TJ Ford's Heat Race number 2 circling out to the Speedway. Breckenridge at Canyon, Texas. The Sierra Towing and Crushing, Dumas Iron and Metal, Speedway Total Link Chassis, Chandler Grand Prix number 20Q going to go for the pole position. Next to him is going to be Ethan Mitchell out of Mooresville, North Carolina. The Bundy Built Motorsports, Bundy Built Honda, Spike, the Joya Seating, Walker Filtration number 19M. Next row from the inside, it will be Gavin Miller to Allentown, Pennsylvania. The Sound Gear, TRD Mobile One Curb Breakers number 97. And next to him for the 4th starting spot, Matt Sherrill out of Collinsville, Oklahoma. The Second Opinion Auto, H&H Automotive Machine, Elite Pools, MPV Express, number 2MD. The 19 AZ, Hayden Reinbold out of Gilbert, Arizona. He'll line up 5th in the AME Electric. Jugo Superfoods, Reinbold Development Incorporated, number 19 AZ. And outside of him at 54, Jacob Boxell at Zanesville, Indiana. The Middle 81 Performance Products, Acro Seal, Acro Lube, 4 Kings, number 54. Jacob Denny out of Galloway, Ohio. The JBL Audio TRD Link Speedway Toyota number 67 goes for the inside of run number 4. Outside of him, Kevin Thomas Jr. to Coleman, Alabama. The Purple Heart Foundation Middle 81 Acro Seal number 14. Final starter set to be Drew Sherman out of Phoenix, Arizona. The Mesilla Valley Transportation, AME Electrical, Stanton Spike number 19. As that'll be our scheduled lineup for TJ Ford's Heat Race number 2. TJ Ford's Wheels was founded to build the best no-compromise Ford's wheels for the motorsports industry. Product quality, safety, and customer service are the driving factors for TJ Ford. Caution lights go down very quickly down to Drake York.
Robert Carson was the lone car to not take time in qualifying. Good news is they found it was a gearing issue that prevented him from taking a lap in qualifying. He's set to join the 3rd and final heat race from the tail.
Thank you very much. As we get ready to go in TJ Ford's Heat Race number 2, Reese Mitchell on the front row to the NOS Energy start cam. They find the throttle. We're underway. Lil Bundy going to put her up at the top and see if he can grab the race lead. Not so fast. The 20Q working good off at the bottom. Now they'll swap lines into turns 3 and 4. Here comes the slide up the racetrack. He'll grab the cushion. He'll have it on lap number 1. It will be Ethan Mitchell of the Breckenridge. Brecken's not done, though. Works to the inside, retakes it. They leave the low line open. By the way, Gavin Miller's right there in the 97. He'll throw the slide over in turns 3 and 4. The Sound Gear entry coming after Breckenridge. That time he's got it.
Talk about somebody who knows how to win a USAC NOS National Midget feature here at Bloomington Speedway. That's Gavin Miller, who sits in that 2nd spot. Breckenridge still the leader in this one for TJ Ford's Heat Race number 2.
Breckenridge, he's lost it twice and regained it both times. Gavin Miller, the latest driver to come after it, sits in 2nd. Jacob Boxell sitting in 3rd. Hayden Reinbold, Ethan Mitchell, who was challenging for that top spot early, has been shuffled back to 5th with Matt Sherrill right now. With the final transfer to the feature event, Jacob Denny, Kevin Thomas Jr., Drew Sherman. Right now running out your running order. Kevin Thomas Jr. problems last night. The engine coming apart on that number 14, relegated to a 24th place finish. They had to bring the backup car down tonight, and now on the outside looking in as he works the bottom side through turns 1 and 2. He'll try to get that spot and see if he can avoid running. Your 5-star body semi-feature event is up front. The battle for the lead is not over. Gavin Miller was right on the back bumper of Breckenridge as we go to the dual box here on the broadcast. Get a look at the transfer spot, get a look at the race lead. It'll start to quiet out a little bit for the 20Q. Gavin hooks her on the cushion a little bit, but he's able to grab and go to the front straightaway. Meanwhile, the transfer spot into the hands of Kevin Thomas Jr.
Kevin Thomas Jr. had taken it, lost it again, and now comfortably in that 6th and final transfer position. Still Matt Sherrill there, and now running Kevin Thomas Jr.'s line on the bottom side of the racetrack.
Hayden Reinbold putting on a show on the bottom side of the speedway, trying to grab a 2-for-1 deal through turns 3 and 4. Denied the sail, though. Gavin Miller slips it off of the racetrack. 3 wide, middle of the back straightaway. The 54 goes low to block the 19. Couldn't get there. The 19's still there in the hunt as they come away with the white flag, but Jacob Boxell holds on to 2nd. Chaos from 2nd on back in this one, but he has been out front cruising in 20Q. Once he got there, he holds on to it. Breckenridge winner in TJ Ford's Heat Race number 2. Jacob Boxell in 2nd, Hayden Reinbold in 3rd, Kevin Thomas Jr. fights his way to 4th, Gavin Miller, and Matt Sherrill fights his way back into a transfer spot. They move on to the feature event, Ethan Mitchell, Jacob Denny, and Drew Sherman, unofficially rounding out your field. But your winner, ladies and gentlemen, he has been on a roll this week at Canyon, Texas. The Sierra Towing and Crushing, Dumas Iron and Metal, Speedway Toyota Link Chassis, Chandler Grand Prix number 20Q. Give him a hand, Breckenridge, Heat Race 2 winner. Jacob Boxell, Hayden Reinbold, Kevin Thomas Jr., Gavin Miller, Matt Sherrill. They're going on to the feature event. Let's go down to Genevieve.
Breckenridge taking the TJ Ford Heat Race 2 for tonight. Brecken, how do you manage such a technical track while also trying to stay defensive?
Yeah, it's pretty tough there. Really didn't get a great start, so had to attack there and got to the lead and then just try to make better and better laps up front. So can't thank Jason and Kyle enough. Gave me a great car, so we good for the future.
Brecken Reese taking tonight's TJ Forge Heat Race 2 in a stacked heat race for the night.
First heat race win of the season. Reese has really been on a good run this week. A 5th at Circle City, 8th at Paragon, a 12th last night at Lincoln Park Speedway. So the team starting to build more and more speed, more and more momentum. We'll see how they do in tonight's feature event. In the meantime, K&N Filters Heat Race number 3 out to the Speedway. Kyle Jones out of Cannondale, Texas. The England Machine and Tool High Performance Lubricants teaming with number 7 TX. He will go from the pole position. The 55 next to him is going to be Trevor Klein out of Mooresville, North Carolina. The Bellwood Auto Body DC Machines Mid-Titanium Simpson, number 55. Second row from the inside and 40, Drake Edwards out of Peoria, Arizona. The Great Company, Rex Road Racing, McDermott Plumbing, number 40D. And next to him, Gunnar Setzer out of Columbus, Indiana. The Midwest 2 Mills, the Cure starts now. Setzer Fabricating, number 43. Inside of row number 3, Mac Leopard out of Beaver Creek, Ohio. The Great Company, Mulch Express of Wisconsin. Speedway Toyota Spike Chassis, number 40L. And outside of him, Logan Seavey. He's out of Southern California, driving the Desnudos Organic Tequila, Prime 47 Drop Light, Abacus Racing, Indy Power Sports, number 57. Looking to the 7th starting spot in 67, that's going to be Colton Robinson out of Titusville, Florida, the Precise Tooling Solutions, TRD, Mobile 1, number 67K. And next to him, Brandon Carr out of Sheffield, United Kingdom, the J. Davis Scrap Metal, Mobile 1, KKM, Kerbagajanian, number 98K. Final starter, as Drake pointed out, gearing issue. Keeping him from Learn Lab qualifying, the Yellow K Enterprises. Indy Rear End Service, West Evans Motorsports, Backwoods MC number 99K, that is Robert Carson. So field getting lined up and ready to go. Heat race sponsored by K&N Filters. K&N Filters also bringing you the K&N Clean Air Award that is presented to the driver who leads the most laps during each USAC National A feature throughout the 2026 season. The award is designed to recognize sustained performance at the front of the field where engine efficiency, reliability, and meticulous preparation are at a premium. Shop for your vehicle and your home at knfilters.com. Problem for the McDermott cars last night. Brake issues on one. Driver swaps all around. And Drake, you're able to go down and get a chat with them.
Yeah, Brian, you talked about it perfectly right there. Drake Edwards having to hop out of his car and hand that particular machine over to his teammate Mac Leopard. And I want to give a Dylan Welch-style hat shake to Drake Edwards for hopping out of that race car. As a matter of fact, he was one of the first people that suggested he get out of that race car and hand it over to his teammate Mac Leopard. So interesting to see that happen for sure, but wanted to make sure we gave Drake Edwards his flowers for that as we're about to go green here in our final heat race.
Thank you very much. K&N Filters bringing the heat race number 3 to the NOS Energy start can. Jones, Klein, bring them around. We're underway. Getting 10 laps the distance here in heat race competition. Jones around the bottom, going to take off at the top spot. The 40D of Drake Edwards going to come after him as Kyle Jones brings her up more to the middle groove through turns 3 and 4, but he'll lead a lap number 1 in that EA Stealth Power number 7 TX. Drake Edwards running in second, race for the 3rd spot. Colton Robinson, Trevor Klein, they're going to swap that position around. Behind them, 3 wide, contact, Logan Seavey. Lurched her up the racetrack. Gunnar Setzer to his inside, and the 40 yellow Mac Leopard. Thought he was going to go for a ride off the top of the racetrack. Good job by all to keep the pointed straight.
Gunnar Setzer originally slated to start in the 4th position, came to a stop on the top side of the racetrack, was relegated to the tail in the start. Quickly moving his way up, not only into a transfer position, now he's looking for the 4th spot over Trevor Klein.
Had he stopped at an official with something like a receiver, he would have had his starting spot, but unfortunately not the case. So again, having to make up for a little bit of lost time here as he goes to work on the 55, but Klein, that'll be the fight for the 4th position onto the back straightaway. Advantage right now to the Midwest 2 Mills, number 43. Unchallenged in this one, Kyle Jones in 7th. Brings it to the midpoint. 5 in, 5 to go. Drake Edwards still running in the 2nd spot. Colton Robinson running in 3rd. But Gunnar Setzer is hunting him down now. Setzer, boy, if he hadn't had to start at the back, what could he have done from the 4th starting spot in this one? He's got a lot of speed, and he's showing it.
Certainly could have been a different story for the 43 of Setzer. Logan Seavey sits in that 6th and final transposition. Mac Leopard, though, has not let him out of his sight just yet.
Yeah, that Great Company number 40 trying to close in on him as they work into turns 1 and 2. He works at the top side of the speedway. Seavey working down, grabs the moisture. You can see the car just launch onto the back straightaway as they will go at it now for the race lead. Kyle Jones has been out front all by himself. Drake Edwards runs him down and takes it at the line by 0.031 seconds. Jones not done. Comes down to the inside as they come to the wave of the white flag. 1 to go and can't get there. Drake Edwards holds on to the race lead and onto the back straightaway. Kyle Jones still there, still going to give it a shot here as they work into turns 3 and 4. Throws her up across the racetrack, can't get there fast enough. Drake Edwards gets the job done here in K&N Filters Heat Race number 3. Kyle Jones, Gunnar Setzer from the back to third. Colton Robinson, Trevor Klein, and Logan Seavey. Those 6 drivers unofficially going on to your feature event. Mac Leopard, Brandon Carr, and Robert Carson unofficially rounding out your field. But your winner, ladies and gentlemen, from third to first in that one comes the driver out of Peoria, Arizona. Driver of the great company Rex Road Racing, Advanced Racing Suspension, McDermott Plumbing, number 40D. Give him a hand, Drake Edwards. Kyle Jones in second, Gunnar Setzer in third. Colton Robinson, Trevor Klein, Logan Seavey again. They're going on to the feature event. Let's go down trackside.
Well, we just talked about Drake Edwards giving up this seat last night for his teammate Mac Leopard. I think you can call this some good karma for Drake Edwards aboard one of the Chase McDermott racing machines. And Drake, that heat race was not handed to you by any stretch of the imagination. You had to catch Kyle Jones out front from a ways back. First off, how did you make up that much ground on him? And second, how'd you set up that pass and make it stick?
I think just getting a little lower, getting into 3. I was really struggling with that little lip there and getting the bouncing, and I couldn't hit my marks off. So I think just moving out a little helped a lot. Yeah, I mean, we really had to win that heat race there. I kind of screwed us in qualifying, was a little too high in 1, and those little things like that just make the world of a difference. So I can't thank Rex Road, the great company, everyone that has let me run this thing this week, and it's been pretty fun.
Drake Edwards gets the win in K&N Race Gear Heat Race number 3 aboard the 40D for Chase McDermott Racing.
Thank you very much. Heat races in the books. With that, mini sprints next on the card for their heat races. We'll clear the racetrack of the great company number 40D, and Dr. Sullivan going to be back on the call.
Thank you very much. Midwest Mini Sprints have been a staple here for a number of years now. Well, we got a moment here. Just want to make a note about one of our viewers, or 2 of our viewers that are checking in. If you've been a race driver for a long time, there are fans that you have met along the way who have helped you out and done a little extra for you. 2 of my great fans, the Alexanders, have just been 2 of the most wonderful people in the world, Dwayne and Sonia Alexander. They've helped out so many people over the years. We know they're tuned in. And God, we just love them to death. So thank you, Dwayne and Sonia. We appreciate everything you've done. On the pole for heat race number 1, car number 38 from Olney, Illinois. Defending series champion, 5th in points coming in. That's Johnson Ginder. Alongside the 29 from Evansville, that's Chase Hofling. Row number 2 on the inside, that's Parker Baumeier from Evansville, Indiana, in the 88X. Alongside will be the 14 in of Brendan McLaughlin from Bloomington. Row 3 the inside, the 818 from Francisco, Indiana, 4th in points, that's Nick McCannon. And alongside will be Eric Weber from Claremont, Illinois, in the 48. Mike Badgley from Frankfort, Ohio, is in the 22, with Willie Tyron from Dallas, Texas, in the 29T. Willie Tryon. Here we go. So we're going to bring that one back. So like every series, it seems, in this part of the country, occasionally weather has got in the way. But Johnson Ginder has won twice at Circle City and Windy Hollow on the pole position. Other winners have been Brandon Coffey right here on May 29th, Ashton Lovelace at Tri-State, and Jalen Mills at Tri-State Speedway. So they have a very, very healthy schedule every single year. And a big part of Bloomington Speedway over the course of many years, frankly. All right, here we go. All will transfer to the feature event. Good battle for second position right now. Chase Hopefully trying to work to the inside, but oh boy, Johnson Ginder back into the second spot. Parker Baumeier is on the hunt, though. The 88 car out front. It's about a 12-15 car lead going into turn number 4. 8 last against us, all will transfer. Brendan McLaughlin from out here in Bloomington bringing up the 4th position. Baumeier out front of the 88 machine. Evansville, Indiana drivers made the tow north from Bloomington Speedway. And he is continuing to stretch out his advantage. 1.7 last time by, maybe even larger this time as he heads by. Yep, he stretched it out to nearly 2 seconds. 6 laps will be in the books next time by. 6 laps down for the 88 machine. So the 2-time winner this year, defending champion, Johnson Ginder, trying to close as the white flag comes out. Don't think Johnson's going to have enough time to get this one in the books, although he's making an effort, but he'll come up short. Parker Bobmeyer takes it. Johnson Ginder runs second. Brendan McLaughlin and Eric Weber makes a nice run for the 6th starting position to finish in the top 4. Heat race number 2, coming as your point leader, 2020 Series champion, and most recent winner here at Bloomington Speedway from Spencer, Indiana, in the 922. That's Brandon Coffey. Alongside the 22S of Bloomington, that's Jordan Shipley. Cole Culp from Mount Carmel, Illinois, in the 5K. Joined by the 18, a former Series champion, 2-time Series champion from Bloomington, that's Andy Bradley. Zach Rell's third in points, leading rookie from Dillsboro, Indiana, in the 77Z, joined by Corbin Clark in the 10C from Bloomington, Indiana, with Shane McCrary from Vincennes, the 5Z, joined by Dakota Gines, who's 7th in points, bringing up the rear. We mentioned that for a number of years, the Central States Racing Association would race here at Bloomington Speedway. Often it was the season opening event. And one of the winners here was a guy who was a CSRA champion, and that's Sid Bufkin. He was a Navy veteran. He won here as early as 1950. May have won before that, but he definitely won in 1950. He lost his life on the high banks of Fort Wayne after being a CSRA champion. He drove for Diz Wilson, who helped make the quarter-mile track here go. He's from Mount Carmel, Illinois. That caught my attention with Cole Culp. A couple years ago, I made a trip over to Mount Carmel, Illinois to visit the graveside of Sid Bufkin as one of our racing heroes, a guy who made things happen here at Bloomington Speedway. So nice to see that Mount Carmel, Illinois name on there. Triggered a memory about Sid Bufkin. Okay. Is that got a car number? Now that was October of 52 that said, and that was a non-points race. He might have already claimed a championship that year. Sid lost his life up at Fort Wayne. It's a really unusual car. Of course, the CSRA had Ranger and Hisso powered machines, old aircraft engines that can be lightning fast on the straightaways, maybe not so quick on the curves. That Diz Wilson car that Sid had was a pretty unusual looking mount. Andy Bradley, a 2-time champion in this. And they got one, and we need to get going here. Oh, big air time. Driver is okay. Driver is okay. We were waiting to get the word there on Cole Cup. So it's up on the hill, correct? Yeah. We've got a green Jeep. Now, there can't be many green Jeeps. And their car alarm is on. We got a replay on Flo for those of you watching. And trust me, this car got a little bit of airtime. Looks like maybe it got Andy Bradley on the front end and then bam. So there it is again, over the wheel, and there you go. So Andy Bradley's got some aerodynamic challenges there. You know all that work in the wind tunnel, then this sort of thing happens to you. So obviously we need to get the situation cleared up over in turn number 3. It's turn number 2. I'm looking over at turn number 3 and turn number 2. So we had some great giveaways tonight, some concert giveaways with some trivia questions with regards to Indiana Midget Week, and noted the first champion the first 2 years, Shane Cottle. Shane, who has had a really great record of the Chili Bowl. One of our Indiana Midget Week winners here was Brad Kuhn. Brad also a Badger champion, a USAC champion. Brad had sterling record. But Shane got mad at Brad Kuhn at the Chili Bowl and established a Chili Bowl record 100-yard dash up the ramp one day. All righty. We just fire these bad boys right up. So we're down to 6. So let's do this a little better this time. Your May 29th winner, Brandon Coffey, out front with Jordan Shipley close in tow. With Zach Rail, your leading rookie, in third in series points. It's got a little bit of a run there on the bottom if they can catch Shipley. Shipley goes down and protects his flank a bit while Brandon Coffey sails off into the horizon. Rusty shows the halfway indication. Got a chain on. Yep. Chain, chain, chain. It's right there. My drive shaft once fell out of my Dodge pickup truck that Brad Marvel sold me long after I sold it. I'm not blaming Brad. And the process is the same. When the chain comes off, the wheels don't roll. Good battle for second. Tied sledding. So Zach rolled nice job as he's looks like he's ready for the 4th of July under that wing. And the Dillsboro, Indiana driver is absolutely going to the whip. Look how smoothly he goes through 1 and 2. Last time by, the advantage was 0.6 of a second for Brandon Coffey, and it's going to be less as the white flag comes out. But is there enough time to make the move? We'll see. Coffey, Rolls, Shipley, and Corbin Clark, your top 4. Coffey will hold on. Good run by Roll. Jordan Shipley and Corbin Clark. Heat race number 3. On the pole position, the 10K from Danville, Illinois, that's Scott Albrecht. And alongside he's second in points from Newburgh, Indiana, in the 51A, it's Adam Hirsch. Ashton Lovelace from Winslow, Indiana, is in the 75, joined by Samantha Alloway from Cincinnati. Samantha in the X car is 6th in series points. Row 3, the 34D, and Joe Hitchcock from Bloomington, joined by Jeremy Schnepper from Evansville, Indiana, the 56X. Final row, Reed Jackson in the 5X from Evansville, and his neighbor Doug Johnson, the 21J, alongside. Third and final heat race for the Midwest Mini Sprints. And again, Ashton Lovelace, a winner this year, down at Tri-State Speedway, where we'll visit with Indiana Midget Week tomorrow. Rusty Nunn peering over into turn number 3 as the third and final heat race for the mini sprints about to set sail. Albrecht looks like he's going to hold off Hirsch for the time being down the back straightaway. 51 in pursuit of the 10K. Again, Hirsch second in points. And closed pretty quickly there on your leader, Albrecht, but not able to quite get it done. Samantha Alloway running in the 3rd position, with Ashton Lovelace in the 75 bringing up the 4th position. Fighting the rubber, most of them. A little bit of a moment there for the 34 of Joe Hitchcock, who got pretty sideways at turn number 4. Good turn there for the 51. Adam Hirsch has found some speed. And Albrecht, but we are yellow, yellow, yellow. I believe that's Doug Johnson in the 21. We got 4 of the 8 scored. I believe Johnson's going to turn around. So NOS Energy Drink National Midget Semi, you are next. This is the final heat race for the mini sprints, and we're halfway down. So be made for the midgets. You are next. Samantha Alloway looking pretty racy there. And Hirsch gets the jump. Whole shot there by Adam Hirsch. And here comes Samantha. So Samantha trying to hold on to second. And again, she's sixth in series points. And showing some pretty good speed, but Adam Hirsch is starting to squirt a little bit free. Battle for third, a good one, as the white flag comes out. Lovelace in the 75 trying to hold on. But Adam Hirsch is going to take the checkered flag. Samantha Alloway, the 75 of Ashton Lovelace, and Scott Albrecht, your early leader in the 10K. So that's it for the mini sprints. Semi-feature for the NOS Energy Drink National Midget Series is next on the dance card.
And set to two-step their way out onto the Speedway. Five-star body semi-feature event. The new standard of sprint car body technology is here, engineered with optimized airflow for maximum downforce and increased horsepower, and is available in multiple high-performance material options so every team can build the right body package for their program. Shop now at 5starbodies.com. 10 times around, top 6 drivers slated to move on into tonight's feature event lineup. We'll find the 2 quickest qualifying drivers on the front row that did not lock in directly from the heat races. It'll be Mac Leopard out of Beaver Creek, Ohio, the Great Company Mulch Express of Wisconsin, Speedway Toyota Spike chassis number 40L, going for the pole position. Next to him, Ethan Mitchell out of Mooresville, North Carolina, the Joy of Seating, Bunnyville Honda Spike chassis number 19M. Second row from the inside at Wheatfield, Indiana, the Horizon Carpentry, Mongo Crane, Mac Electric, 84 Lumber number 17. It'll be Adam Taylor. Next to him, the 21H. Driver out of Sweet Springs, Missouri, the FK Indy Smith Titanium Telstar Technologies FK Rod ends number 21H of Levi Hink. Jacob Denny out of Callaway, Ohio, the JBL Audio TRD Mobile 1 TRD number 67, and the 98K next to him will be Brandon Carr out of Sheffield, United Kingdom, the J. Davis Scrap Metal Toyota Mobile 1 number 98K. The 67U, Mike Unger out of Madison, Wisconsin, the Denny's Chassis Dyno Services, Lagerbilt Honda, XXX number 67U, goes from the inside of row number 4, and for the 8th starting spot, Drew Sherman out of Phoenix, Arizona, the AME Electrical Massive Valley Transportation, number 19. Final starter set to be Robert Carson out of Concord, California, the LOK Enterprises Essinger Spike, number 99K. As that'll be your lineup again for your 5-star bodies semi-feature event. Getting a look at the JBL Audio number 67 working down the back straightaway. Again, Jacob Denny finding himself starting 5th in the semi-feature event. 8-time winner on the season, USAC national score up during the Kokomo Grand Prix on April 26. Power Eye wins at Port City, the little dirt track at the Texas Motor Speedway. As well as Sweet Springs back at the start of May. Sprint car win at Circle City in local competition. That was back on April 17th. .40L of Mac Leopard. Again, last night he was behind the wheel of the 40D. That car lost brakes. The line coming down from the master cylinder, that is the main line for the entire car. When you build one of these, that is the first thing to go on and hook into the master cylinder. So the way it weaves in and out of the car, it's not one that you can quickly change. So Drake Edwards raising his hand saying, look, just put him in my car. The team going to work, getting it put back together. Leopard now going to go from the pole. Ethan Mitchell to his outside. 5-star body semi-feature event goes to green. Field underway. Battle for the lead. It'll be Leopard on the outside. Jacob Denny quickly up into that second spot. Everybody shuffling around. Adam Taylor, Levi Hank, Ethan Mitchell, Brandon Carr. Those are the drivers sitting in transfer spots as they completed lap number 1. Again, 10 the distance, 6 moving on into your feature event. Hank having to race his way into the show last night in his USAC National Midget debut. Trying to do it again here tonight. He's going after it with Adam Taylor right now. In fact, a pair of battles. Working down the back straightaway. Third, all the way back through the transfer spot is all up for grabs right now. Hank getting a little bit of breathing room down the front straightaway in the 21. Taylor, Carr, Mitchell right now holding on to the final transfer spot, but not for long. Here comes the other 19, Drew Sherman. The Phoenix, Arizona driver hustling all the way down to the bottom side of the Speedway. Takes over the final transfer spot. The Bunny Built number 19 falls to 7th. Unger and Carson right now running out your running order. Up front, though, Mac Leopard continues to lead. About a half a straightaway between himself and Jacob Denny. That comes out to about 0.6 of a second. Denny several times been able to make up car links on him, just has not been able to get the pass. Rolls her up across the racetrack into the tire tracks here later as Hank getting shuffled a little bit here. The 21H had been running in third, a bobble by him, and that costs him dearly. Goes all the way back to the final transfer spot. Ethan Mitchell had a shot trying to get by him, was not able to do so. As we work into the closing laps, it'll be 2 to go next time around. Mac Leopard moving his line around. He's vacated the top. Now he's down to the bottom over in turns 3 and 4. Down to the tires over in turns 1 and 2. White flag coming this time. Denny still staying within that about half second to 0.7 of a second range on your leader as they come around to the wave of the white flag. 1 to go here in your 5-star body semi-feature event. Denny going to get her wound up at the top of the racetrack. Closes into the back straightaway. Hops the cushion a little bit. That's going to cost him as they work into turns 3 and 4, but he might have a run. Leader with a lap car directly ahead. He's going to hold on to it. Mac Leopard fends off the charge of Jacob Denny. Brandon Carr in second, Brandon Carr in third, Drew Sherman in fourth, Adam Taylor and Levi Hink holds on for the final transfer spot. Drivers headed back to the trailer, Ethan Mitchell, Mike Unger, and Robert Carson. So the drivers moving on, Levi Hink in sixth, Adam Taylor in fifth, Drew Sherman in fourth, Brandon Carr in third, Jacob Denny in second. And your winners out of Beaver Creek, Ohio in 40L, give them a hand, Mac Leopard. So Maxton getting the job done in your 5-star bodies semi-feature event. Sprint cars down in the staging lanes for their feature event. Another event to look forward to on the calendar. In fact, it's going to be here before you know it. The BC39 presented by Avante Windows and Doors at the dirt track at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. That's how we end out the month of June and kick off the month of July. Tuesday, June 30th and Wednesday, July 1st. We hope we can see you there. Of course, we'll be back at the dirt track at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway to kick off NOS Energy Drink Indiana Sprint Week in the month of July as well. But marking on the calendars June 30th and July 1st. The BC39 presented by Avante Windows and Doors, the dirt track inside the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Dr. Sullivan.
And on that afternoon of July 1st, you can attend the USAC Hall of Fame induction luncheon. It's a great event, really. It's very nice. If you're going to be in the area for the BC39, why not stop and have lunch and talk with some of the legends there? We certainly hope that George Snyder and Tom Sneva, for example, will be on hand for their induction. Now, that's big thanks to Jerry Petty and Avante Windows and Doors. Jerry has given us 2 generous tech checks 2 years in a row. And Andy Reinbold of AME Electrical and RDI has given us a check for 3 straight years. Andy's, check really was able to help us transform that event. That event we used to do like an intermission at IRP and one time at the Speedrome, and it's an event that deserved a lot more than that. We use that cafe space at USAC. It's intimate. We have a nice sit-down meal. We have the presentation in an intimate environment and gives it a little bit of the class that it deserves. And we'd really appreciate it if you all come out and supported that event if you're here for the BC39. That was on July 1st at the USAC office. And again, big thanks to Andy Reinbold and to Jerry Petty. Those 2 guys have done so much for the sport. Only 4 will transfer from the B-Main, the Hooligan, the Suitcase, you name it. Brian likes the Hooligan. We'll go with that, Brian. I mean, the guy that uses Snidely Whiplash and pulls that out of the hat.
Yeah.
Yeah. So anyway, that's good. We're the hooligan. Hunter Maddox from Bloomington, the 24M, joined by Bryce Andrews from Kenosha, Wisconsin, the 17. Austin Corey, the 49, and the 83C of Chance Crum from Sonoma, Washington. Caleb Stelznick from Albuquerque, the 66, joined by Minnesota's Rob Cahoe in the 78. Albuquerque's J.R. Bonesteel in the 0, and Kobe Simpson from Bonham, Texas, the 21K. Jake Simmons, just a little bit on the east side of Indianapolis from New Pal in the 7S, joined by Cindy Chambers. She's from right here in Bloomington in the 18C. Tyson Liddies from Fillmore, Indiana, the 27K, while Brandon Spencer's from beautiful Nashville, Indiana, in the 22. Tom Ellers from Pleasant Prairie, Wisconsin, the 29 OG, joined by Cloverdale, Indiana's Tony Hilton in the 87. Ben Voetschild from Bedford, the 79. And Brendan Chu from Chisney, Indiana in the 17X, 17H. And unfortunately, we watched Trey Osborne exit the facility. He is a scratch. So we're looking for 4. Thank you very much for coming out, fans. As many of you know, we've worked very hard to sort of save this racetrack. In 2024, about halfway through the year, we were told it was done, that it wouldn't return as a racetrack after being here since 1923. A group of people banded together to save the racetrack, and that's been the driving force behind all the work that's been done. Some of the work into the infrastructure are things that you can't see some of the improvements that were made because they're basic infrastructure changes, but some, the new scoreboard over at turn number 4, the flagpole, some changes at the concession stand, all those things, new toilets, not glamorous stuff, but important. And then last year we had some trouble with the track. We've worked hard to improve that. And it's all because people have a deep love for this racetrack that's so important to this entire region and state. And a state in which racing is embedded in the DNA. Always remember this. In many ways, we're all in the shadow of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. But the Indianapolis Motor Speedway is built on the shoulders of places just like this. They've had their own heroes and own drama, and has done so for decade after decade. At every division, there are families that have been a part of this red clay forever. Those are the people who stepped up to save this racetrack. It doesn't work if you all don't get here and sit down and take a seat as you have tonight, and I can't tell you how much Bloomington Speedway partners appreciate that. The nature of short track racing, I did a little bit of a rant on social media, and I got lots of helpful suggestions. But one thing I'd like to remind people through most short track of America, if you call the racetrack and ask to be put through the public relations department or the marketing department or operations department, you will find that there are no such departments at all, because it's basically a few people trying to make it happen. And the sponsors who come along on those signboards, etc., like Raising Cane's now a sponsor for the sprint cars here in Bloomington, they help us survive. Okay, on your band, if you have a child with you, are some numbers. These are Chocolate Mousse Kids Club winners. So I'd like you to take a look at your armband on your child. The first 3 numbers I'm going to give begin with the number 230. So 230 are the first 3 numbers in play. We need 230-13, 230-39, and 2:30:50. The next two are 2:32. Is 2:32:68, 2:32:87, and the last is 23:3:05. If you've got a child with that number on their armband, when there's a break, come up to the booth and we'll have them a part of the Victory Lane celebration. Side by side as the sun begins to set here. In the valley, the Palace of Red Clay. It's a sight and a sound we never grow tired of. Rusty Nunn feels that, and he's got an eye on it. Hunter Maddox out front. That was a rough trip through turn 4. Austin Corey right behind him. Bryce Andrews trying to make things happen on the bottom. Caleb Stelzig now running in the second position. Working the bottom nicely. Hunter Maddox and Stelzig in a good battle. Chance Crump from Washington. Running third, he's rooting down low. Whoa, hang on, hang on. That was close. That was an accident that didn't happen. So Chance Crump has moved into second. But Hunter Maddox is trying to fight back. New Mexico's Caleb Stelzig, the Barrio and Sandia veteran, right now out front. Top 4 have broken away freely. 8 laps will be down this time by. 4 to go. Caleb Stelzig now. He's going to counter some traffic if we stay green. Chance Crump digging in second. Good battle for third. Hunter Maddox and Kobe Simpson. The Texan trying to get after it. 2 to go. There's the white flag for Caleb. Nicely through turn number 4, and there's the checkered flag. Caleb Stelzig, Chance Crump, Hunter Maddox, and Kobe Simpson survived the feature event. All righty. All the preliminary races are in the books. Features remain. So the NOS Energy Drink Midgets, the Raising Cane Sprint Cars, and the Midwest Mini Sprint feature are what remain on tonight's card, right?
Thank you very much. Horn sounding down in the pits, indicating to the teams they need to be making their way into the staging lanes. Before we get to our lineup, we're going to take a quick break here on the Flow on Amazon broadcast. We'll be back to Bloomington.
I'm Jacob Denny. You're watching USAC on FloRacing.
Whatever you drive, however you drive. AMSOIL specially engineers lubricants to maximize power, performance, and protection in your vehicles, so you can work hard and play hard with confidence. Order online at amsoil.com.
You boys up for a challenge? How about this? Anything you can do, I can do faster. Okay, bro. I'm gnarlier than you.
I get more sideways.
I'm louder.
Much louder. I get wilder than you. You sure about that, bro?
Harder. Slicker. Cooler. Tougher. Let's go.
So what you got?
Something has awakened. The horsepower and torque you always knew was there, just waiting to make every drive thrilling. Track tested, off-road proven, performance for everything you drive. Drive better with K&N.
When you choose more, you save more. From just $229 a month at Lou Fuse Kia Moline, the #1 volume Kia dealer in the Quad Cities. During the Kia Summer Sticker Sales Event, save on K4s just $229 a month. Drive a new Sportage, $249 a month. And new Sorrentos, $309 a month. Or take home both with 0% financing. It's the Choose More, Save More sales event at Lou Fuse Kia Moline, home of the 200,000-mile warranty. Lou Fuse, we are family.
Hey, are you caught in the tariff trap, rising costs, and unpredictable delays? Well, it's time to reshore, reclaim, and reinvent with Parallax Group Incorporated. With over 30 years of expertise, we deliver high-quality assembly and manufacturing solutions right here in North America. Our strategically located facility near the U.S. border ensures faster distribution and reduced logistics costs. Experience efficiency, control, and excellence in every product. Parallax Group Incorporated, quality assembly processes in North America.
Welcome back to the broadcast here on FloRacing. The clock is ticking for teams to make their way into the staging lanes and be ready to go for tonight's feature event. Toyota Racing Development Pace Truck stage here in the front straightaway. Officials on the Indy Power Sports side-by-sides and four-wheelers taking a quick lap around, getting a look at the racetrack, make sure there is no lingering debris. Don't forget, tomorrow we head down to the class track in Hopstock, Indiana. And it all wraps up Sunday up at Kokomo. Again, the champion of Midget Week walks away with $15,000, and it's a six-position payout when it's all said and done. $15,000 to be the Midget Week champion, $6,000 for second, $4,000, $2,500, $1,500, and $1,000 for sixth, and that $500 Parallax Group Passing Master bonus to the driver that advances position the most through the course of this week's racing action, and that is every time they are on track. They are also accruing season-long Passing Master points, which is a feature competition, that $2,500 bonus at the end of the year again, courtesy of the Parallax Group. If you haven't made your way up to the USAC merchandise trailer, Indiana Midget Week shirts are going quick. If you're here on the broadcast, you can scan the QR code and shop right now. Also, while you're up there, make sure and swing by. Kevin Thomas Jr.'s merchandise trailer is set up. And again, they have a fundraiser going on. It's actually a partnership with the Purple Heart Foundation. Every time you purchase one of the Purple Heart Foundation shirts from shopktj.com or up at the trailer, a donation is made to the Purple Heart Foundation. Now, she has already sold out of purple. Other colors are available, but make sure you get up there and get yours. Again, that is an absolutely wonderful partnership.
Yeah, just to add to that, I bought a purple shirt at Lincoln Park, so I got one of the last ones. I think that's a great thing. My father was a World War II Marine and Iwo Jima in the Pacific Theater, and when he died, interestingly enough, when we were going through his effects, I found a Purple Heart. Now, whether or not I don't know anything about it, whether or not my dad earned it, but like a lot of veterans, sometimes he didn't say a lot. But just a wonderful idea, and I jumped in, and I hope others do too.
So cars beginning to push out to the Speedway. It's round 6 of the 2026 season. It's round 4 of Indiana Midget Week. $5,000 on the line. Your lineup's going to roll to the green like this. On the pole in 45, Bradley Cox out of Black Forest, Colorado. The Red Line Performance Roofing, REM Motorsports, number 45. Outside of him, winner. To kick things off at Circle City, Hayden Reinbold of the Gilbert, Arizona. The AME Electrical Jugo Super Cruise, number 19, AZ. Second row from the inside, Victory down at Paragon for the driver to Mason City, Illinois. The Pepling and Henshaw Wrecker Service, Speedway Toyota Ripper number 71M. It's going to be the Shark, Carter Sarf. And outside of him, Logan Seavey out of Southern California, the Indy Power Sports, Desnudos Organic Tequila number 57. Jacob Boxell in 54 at Zanesville, Indiana. The Middleweight One Performance Products, Four Kings Racing number 54. He'll roll from 5th. From 6th, it's Zach Weigel out of Belpre, Ohio. The Odell Motorsports, Odell Trucking Pro Marine number 1. Next row from the inside in 40, that's going to be Drake Edwards out of Peoria, Arizona, the Great Company, Rex Road Racing number 40D, and outside of him, Cale Drake out of Collinsville, Oklahoma, the RMS and Envirofast Spike Speedway Toyota number 4. Brecken Reese will roll from the 9th starting spot out of Canyon, Texas, the Sierra Towing and Crushing Dumas Iron and Metal Speedway Toyota Link number 20Q, and next to him, out of Collinsville, Oklahoma, the 2ND, that is Matt Sherrill in the Second Opinion Auto, H&H Automotive Machine number 2ND. Gunnar Setzer to Columbus, Indiana. The Midwest 2 Mills, number 43. He'll roll from 11th. From 12th, it'll be Cannon McIntosh at Bixby, Oklahoma. The Mobile 1, KKM Kirby number 71K. Gavin Miller to Allentown, Pennsylvania. The Sound Gear TRD number 97. He rolls from 13th. From 14th, it'll be Trevor Klein at Mooresville, North Carolina. The Bellwood Auto Body Stanton Spike number 55. The 7TX, that's Kyle Jones out of Kennedale, Texas. Old Snidely Whiplash and the England Machine and Tool EA Stealth Spike number 7T. And outside of him in 67K, that'll be Colton Robinson out of Titusville, Florida. The Precise Tooling Solutions Speedway Total Link Chassis number 67. Kevin Thomas Jr. to Coleman, Alabama. The Pearl Heart Foundation Middleweight 1 Acro Seal number 14. He rolls from the inside of row number 9. And Mac Leopard goes from 18. And the Great Company Multi Express of Wisconsin number 40L. Jacob Denny out of Galloway, Ohio. The JBL Audio TRD number 67 from 19th. And from 20th, Brandon Carr to Sheffield, United Kingdom. The J. Davis Scrap Metal number 98K. Drew Sherman out of Phoenix, Arizona. The AME Electrical number 19, 21st, 22nd, and 7. That's going to be Adam Taylor to Wheatfield, Indiana. The Horizon Carpentry Mongo Crane number 17. Final row from the inside, it is Levi Hink out of Sweet Springs, Missouri. Driver the FK Indy Elliott's Custom Trailers and Carts number 21H. And your final starter having to go to a backup car. Out of Ione, California, the NOS Energy Drink, PristineAuction.com. Mobile 1 number 87, that is Justin Grant. As that is your lineup for tonight's feature event here at the Bloomington Speedway. 30 laps the distance, $5,000 to the winner. Drake, who's your one to watch?
Well, before we get into our Dirt Draft one to watch, you talked about Justin Grant having to go to a backup car. I asked team owner Chad Vogt why they went to a backup car. He told me something just didn't feel right in the primary car. He didn't give me a specific reason, but they just felt like they should go to this backup car for the feature event. Now into our Dirt Draft one to watch. I keep my eye on the driver rolling from the outside of the front row. That is Hayden Reinbold. Earlier today, third lap qualifying, a stupendous qualifying run, 5th fastest on the field. And of course, with USAC, that's a very good qualifying effort because the top 6 fastest qualifiers that make the feature are inverted. So that puts Hayden Reinbold on the front row. Did what exactly he needed to do in this heat race. 5th to 3rd. And Hayden Reinbold, of course, started the week off with a bang at Circle City Raceway. Since then, it's been up and down. But watching him in the heat races earlier tonight, he was one of the few cars I felt could run the high side of the speedway very well. But also, if the track moves down to the bottom and you have to slow roll it, I think he has a car that can do that. Of course, that's how he won at Circle City to open up Indiana Midget Week. Hayden Reinbold could be fun to watch here from the outside of the front row in night number 4 of Indiana Midget Week.
Indeed, thank you very much, Bradley Cox, for the pole position. Winner earlier this year up at Airport Raceway with the Rocky Mountain Midget Racing Association. It'll be his 4th Indiana Midget Week start, his first here at Bloomington. 8th career USAC National Midget start as the field will begin to roll to the front straightaway. They break rank. And from side by side, they go to 4 wide. Ladies and gentlemen, our drivers, thank you for coming out to enjoy tonight's racing action. As they make their way onto the back straightaway. Ladies and gentlemen, light up them cell phones and rise to your feet. Getting back into their side-by-side formation and ready to go. 5 nights has yielded 4 winners. Justin Grant, the only driver to double up so far. Last night's winner at Lincoln Park. Can we add another one to the list here tonight? We'll find out. Toyota Racing Development pace truck down into the infield. Round 4 of Indiana Midget Week, and race fans, it is time to sit back, relax, and enjoy 30 trips around the Bloomington Speedway, because race fans, this is what you saved your lunch money for. To the green here at Bloomington. Down to the bottom of the racetrack, he will hold for the time being. Let's see how long he stays down there. The 45 of Bradley Cox going to come around, and he will lead lap number 1. Hangs the Hoosier skyward there for a second. Settles it back down as he is all the way protecting that inside line. He's got the 19 AZ of Hayden Reinbold coming after him on the top. He runs through the middle groove now. They're going to slip and slide their way into the front straightaway. It is still Cox with Reinbold right there in the hunt. Carter Sarf on his back bumper. You've got Boxel and Logan Seavey there as well. The 57 going to jump all the way to the top of the racetrack, see if he can get that rubber band wound up. Now down to the bottom. Here comes Carter Sarf as they are tangling in turn number 4 mid-pack. They keep it rolling though. Change of the guard to the front of the field. Carter Sarf off at turn number 2, going to have it at the line. Cox held him off by 0.029 seconds, but it will be the 57 now working to the high side. Logan Seavey got that thing wound up. Red lights coming on. Justin Grant upside down over in turns 3 and 4. The night continuing to spiral for the NOS Energy 87, having to go to a backup car for this feature event, and now upside down in turn 4. So Cruz getting the 87 back upright, and other problems for Boxel in the 54, a flat left rear tire, as they are moving that car to the Indy Metal Finishing work area. And Kyle Jones, Chrissy just pointing back to the pits, has made his way. So we'll see if he heads to the trailer or if he heads to the Indy Metal Finishing work area. So they've got Grant back upright. Looks like he's still in the car. Drake, what do you got?
It looks like Grant will have to make a trip through the Indy Metal Finishing work areas. That Hoosier left rear is flat. They're also going to have to address some right side Nerf bar damage, as that Nerf bar is rubbing against the right rear tires. So a lot of work for that CB Industries crew to do back in the Indy Metal Finishing work area. Speaking of drivers back there as well, you talked about Jacob Boxel with the flat left rear tire. That started when he lost the handle in turn number 4. A few cars collided into that left rear, and that left rear tire was starting to go down in a big hurry. So I know JB isn't happy about having that left rear go down, but a big break for them to get this red flag to take the time back in the Indy Metal Finishing work area. Justin Grant is on the back of the wrecker.
Tough break as he gets on the hook here to the replay here on the FloRacing broadcast. This is from the speed shot, looking back at turns 3 and 4. And oh, yeah, he was right there just gobbled up in the middle of a bunch of cars. Contact to the right, contact to the left, and that explains why Kyle Jones had to make his way down into the Indy Metal Finishing work area. As we bring it back a little bit slower. Right sides meet left. It's Justin's right to Jones's left. And from that point, he is along for the ride. So able to get a look down to the Indy Metal Finishing work area. A lot of work going on. Looks like the EA Stealth number 7, they are starting to push that car away. As the track goes back under yellow flag conditions, Logan Seavey, first driver towards the front of the field to really jump up to the top and start letting that thing eat, and so far it's getting all it can handle. Able to work by Carter Sarf to take over the top spot with 4 laps completed. Sarf back to second. Bradley Cox, who led the opening couple of laps, running in third right now. So Seavey coming around to take the lead on lap number 4. Sarf in second. Bradley Cox led the opening 3 laps. Trying to keep that car just absolutely glued down to the tires so far. Hayden Reinbold in fourth. He was in the hunt early on, started outside of that front row, getting shuffled back to fourth. Cale Drake running in fifth. Cale looking for a rebound tonight. Talked about it earlier. They had to swap out the power plant. He said yesterday it got way too hot, was up north of 260. Coming up on time for them to pull it out and take it back to Speedway Toyota anyway, so they went ahead and made that decision. Put a fresh power plant. Lacey Doyle and company getting it back together so far with a good run going fifth place. Drake Edwards at 6, Gunnar Setzer in 7, Zach Weigel in 8th, Gavin Miller, Cannon McIntosh right now your top 10. As the 54 has made his way back onto the racing surface, down to the end of middle finishing work area, so that will put him to the tail end of the lineup. And Justin Grant also out of the Indy Metal finishing work area. Interesting to note, and Drake, initially, the driver that's leading this thing, he wasn't really planning on being here.
No, they certainly weren't, Brian. They were planning on running the first round out at Circle City Raceway. Of course, Brent Cox, who owns Abacus Racing, heavily involved out at Circle City Raceway. So the plan was for Abacus Racing, they were going to run that one race, be done, and get their sprint car program ready to head out to the East Coast for the upcoming Eastern Storm, which starts next Tuesday. Well, they had the good run at Circle City. Then they had the good run at Paragon. And then they almost won last night at Lincoln Park Speedway. So talking to Kirk Simpson, the crew chief, and Daniel Whitley, one of the main crew guys on that race car, they said, heck, we might as well just go for it. And let's not forget, too, Logan Seavey still in the title hunt when it comes to the Indiana Midget Week point standings. And it looks like we're about to go lights out, but Logan Seavey certainly not only in the mix for that championship when it comes to Indiana Midget Week, but the win here tonight at Bloomington Speedway.
Problems persist for the NOS Energy number 87. Grant is back in the Indy Metal finishing work area. So Seavey, Sarf, Coxon, Reinbold, Drake, then Edwards, Setzer, Weigel, Miller, McIntosh, your top 10. Breckenreese in 11th, Matt Sherrill in 12th. Boxell had been running in 13th. That'll be Mac Lepper now. Kyle Jones had been running in the 15th spot, so things from 13th back getting shuffled a little bit. Looks like quick work on the NOS Energy number 87. He will fall again to the tail end of the lineup. Issue on the nerve fire to the number 87 started coming loose, so having to go back in and make sure that was firmly attached. Caution lights dark, field ready to go back to green. Seavey brings him around to the NOS Energy start can. We're back underway. Little bump to the back bumper there from the 71 Emma Carter Sarr, but the exit turns 1 and 2, letting him know he's there and in the hunt here as they go to the high side over at turns 3 and 4. Diving down to the bottom of 1 and 2, so varying their lines here. Reinbold running in that third spot. Cale Drake in the meantime trying to steal away fourth. Bradley Cox trying to take it back. He does so down the back straightway. The RMS number 4 up top. Oh, look out off of the high side. Weigel, that car skipped right and away. Hit wind. It stays upright, though, when the caution lights come back on. Like an old school D&M modified. That thing just hitched right all of a sudden. So Weigel going to refire here. The Indy Power Sports four-wheeler behind him. Look at the replay, and again, takes it off into turns 3 and 4. Hooks that rut ever so slightly there as we're able to get a better look at it and just sails him up towards the top of the racetrack. You'll see as he comes into frame here. Just barely gets it at the wrong angle. Logan Seavey leads. Carter Sarf, as Chet would say, give him a shot to the shorts there on the restart. Reinbold in third. Cale Drake, Bradley Cox, those two in a good battle for the fourth spot. Cale Drake coming away with it right now. Bradley Cox, your pole sitter, shuffle back to fifth. Drake Edwards. Weigel had been running in seventh. That'll be Setzer now. Gavin Miller in eighth. Cannon McIntosh in ninth. Brecken Reese, your top 10. Matt Sherrill in 11th. Mac Leopard in 12th. Trevor Klein in 13th. Kevin Thomas Jr. 14th. And Jacob Denny should line up in 15th. 6 laps completed, 30 the distance. CV trying to grab his first USAC NOS Energy Drink Midget National Championship win of the season. Couple of podiums already here during Indiana Midget Week, trying to get to the top of it here as we go back to green. Cale Drake not done with the restart, coming after Hayden Reinbold. The 4 going to take over the bronze step here. The 19 going to come back after him, tries to turn to his inside, couldn't make it happen though. But they put 7 laps in the books here. Seavey trying to build some distance between himself and Carter Sarf, your top 2. Actually on a bit of a breakaway from the rest of the running order right now. And Drake runs in third. Reinbold holds on to fourth. Bradley Cox took a look to his inside. Everybody kind of jockeying down to the bottom for the most part in turns 1 and 2. A few drivers up, still trying the top side of the Speedway. One driver off the top of the Speedway. And still rolling. We'll see if that car rolls to a stop, though, as he is off into the grass. He is still moving. The green lights stay on, but there goes the caution. Brecken Reese, the driver all the way outside of turn number 4. Checking to see if they mowed lines in the grass. And looking at the view, and it looks like the left front a bit askew on the number 20Q. So Brecken Reese down to the Indy Metal finishing work area. So Logan Seavey, Carter Sarf, Cale Drake has been masterful on the restarts. Every time picking 1, picking 2 spots. From the 8th starting spot, he's up to 3rd. Reinbold in 4th, Drake Edwards in 5th. He's up a couple of spots so far. Bradley Cox, your pole sitter, he's back to 6th. Gunnar Setzer in the 43 from 11th, he's up to 7th. Gavin Miller from 13th is up to 8th. Cannon McIntosh in the 71 from 12th is up a couple to 9th. And Matt Sherrill, back where he started in the 10th spot, he had shuffled back just a little bit. So time ticking quickly to see if the 20Q is going to make his way out onto the Speedway. First feature event of the evening. We'll follow this up with your Raising Cane's 410 sprint cars and then the mini sprints. We'll round out the night. Caution lights go dark. Single file through the NOS Energy start can. 9 completed. In distance, 30. CV in 57. Going to bring him high to the exit to number 4. Back on the throttle and back in her way. The line breaks rank at the 71K of Cannon McIntosh onto the back straightaway. Oh, we've got them jumbled up, and they're going to keep rolling. The KKM cars all coming together over in turns 1 and 2. They keep it rolling, but now the 97 with problems over in turns 3 and 4, and this time he collects Gunnar Setzer in the process. Gavin Miller and Gunnar Setzer tangle. There was a 3rd car in that, but he kept rolling. So a couple of the KKM cars actually came together over on the bottom side exiting turn number 2. Carr was one of those. And he had gotten shuffled to the back very quickly on that. Now the sound gear number 97 with issues over in turns 3 and 4. And right front looking a little soft on the number 97. The 43 also with problems. So the Indy Power Sports side-by-side and four-wheeler transporting those drivers to the Indy Metal finishing work area. Talked about it earlier, but you want to mark it on the calendar. The BC39 presented by Avante Windows and Doors. That's how we wrap up the month of June and kick off the month of July. It's a midweek show, Tuesday and Wednesday, June 30th and July 1st. And they have got all kinds of neat things planned for that weekend. You definitely want to be patriotic when you come through the gate. We're just going to tell you that real quick. Let's check them with Drake.
Brian, one thing that we've seen here in just a few laps is the change of options for these drivers down in turn number 1 and 2. At the start of the race, we saw them going high and low, but if you look at that last restart, we saw a lot of the front runners go to the bottom. The first car to break out of line was 6th place running Kanan McIntosh in that Mobile 1 KKM 71K. I'd be curious to see what McIntosh does. If the front 5 go to the bottom, I wouldn't be surprised to see him try to wind up that rubber band and make some positions on these drivers down the back straightaway. It's going to be interesting to see. Like I said, the bottom line's starting to become preferred, so we'll have to see what the drivers outside the top 5 start doing, see if they can continue making speed on the top, or if they're going to have to follow around the bottom, start becoming creative with how to make their passes.
Thank you very much. Penalty here on the restart, the 45 of Bradley Cox. Again, it is in the tire tracks of the driver in front of you, and Bradley Cox was out of line on the last restart, so he will suffer a 1-spot penalty here when we go back to green. So the 97 has made it out of the Indy Middle finishing work area. He will tag to the back of the field. And looks like Setzer likewise able to make it back out. So they will make their way to the back of the lineup. Logan Seavey, the high side, is what got him to the lead at the start of this one. McIntosh, as Drake was talking about, trying to do that on the restarts. See how it rolls. Seavey in the 57. Looking for his first win of the season, looking for his 20th of his career. Brings him around to the front straightaway as we're back underway. Down to the bottom this time. McIntosh going to go in and go low, and Kevin Thomas Jr. It's opposite day. He's going to the top side. Normally see him skirting the bottom side of the speedway. He's going to go top shelf and see if he can make up some ground, and he is making it up. The 14 coming around. He's going to jump up into the 7th position. Started 17th, and he is starting to move his way up through the running order up front. Seavey might have some company here. Carter Sarf not letting him get away. Once we got rolling, a couple of cautions, kind of shaking things up here, but under green flag conditions, Seavey was able to put a little bit of breathing room between himself and the Shark, but right now he's swimming him down. Seeing if he can get by, maybe get a little run on him here as they work onto the far side of the speedway. Bottom of 1 and 2, the dominant line to run right now for most of the teams. They are skating all over turns 3 and 4, entering low, exiting wide. Problems, drivers slow, and turns 1 and 2. That is the 55 of Trevor Klein. So Seavey leads. Sarf in second. Carter Sarf, Gale Drake, Hayden Reinbold, Drake Edwards, Cannon McIntosh, Kevin Thomas Jr. on the restart. Making hay. Restarted 12th, he jumped to 7th. Again, started 17th. Matt Sherrill in 8th. Mac Leopard in 9th. Jacob Denny starting to move as well. Started 19th. He's up into the top 10 now. Carr in 11th. Cox in 12th. Robinson in 13th. Weigel in 14th. Grant in 15th. Again, having to go to the tail for the backup car. Got upside down and starting to march his way back forward here. As we get ready to go back to green, single file through the NOS Energy start can. Exit turn number 4. Just shy of the midpoint here, 12 in, 30 the distance. Logan changing his tune just about every restart. He's brought him down to the bottom. He's taken him up to the top. He's trying through the middle. This time goes to the top of the speedway. Kevin Thomas again trying the high side on the restart. Now going to go in and dive more to the middle through turns 3 and 4. Coming after the great company number 40. As up front, Seavey holds strong. Carter Sarr still running in second. Kel Drake in third. 3 wide for the 4th spot. The 19 of Reinbold through the middle. Down to the bottom goes Cannon McIntosh. And the Mobile 1, number 71. The great company number 40 deep to the outside. Drake Edwards in 5th. McIntosh 4th at the line. Now going to secure it onto the back straightaway. As Seavey continues to run that slide line through turns 3 and 4. Dives to the deck over in turns 1 and 2. Sarf running an identical line to him. Cale Drake running in 3rd. Cannon McIntosh reeling him in that 4th spot. Drake Edwards in 5th. Hayden Reinbold in 6th. Mac Leopard, Matt Sherrill, Jacob Denny, Kevin Thomas Jr. gets shuffled back to 10th here on the restart. Trying to fight his way forward, the 87 of Justin Grant. He's up to 14th. Going to work down to the bottom side of the speedway. Next driver in line on him is going to be the 98K of Carr. We got one up off of the racetrack, high side of turn number 2, I believe, as the 7T of Adam Taylor. As looks like he might have rolled far enough away from the speedway. No, it will not be the case. The caution light's going to come on again. And it is Taylor in the Mongo Crane number 7. Logan Seavey so far untouchable. 4th to 1st and so far running. Sarf in 2nd, Drake in 3rd, McIntosh in 4th, Edwards in 5th, Reinbold in 6th, Leopard, Jacob Denny making his way forward in this one, Drake.
He sure is, and this isn't the first time we've seen this in 2026, Brian. As a matter of fact, hasn't even been the first time that we've seen Jacob Denny start back in 19th. I think to the 2nd round of the season out at the Kokomo Speedway, he started 19th and charged all the way up to 3rd. Even during Indiana Midget Week, he started 19th at the Paragon Speedway, came home with the top 5 that night. So if there's anybody who knows how to claw their way out of a hole here in 2026, that's Jacob Denny right now. And the other thing is, Brian, he's still got a large chunk of this race to go. Who knows where that JBL 67 could end up by race's end.
Yeah, just past the midpoint with 18 laps completed. Twice your Rod Supply hard charger. Mentioned Kokomo advancing 16 positions, up 14 at Paragon. See what he can do here. Matt Sherrill behind him. Kevin Thomas Jr. now running at your top 10. Single file once again through the NOS Energy Star Can. Seavey this time. Going to take him down to the bottom. They are swinging wide and swinging fast through turns 1 and 2. Trying to get everything they can here in the restart. Same for turns 3 and 4. Seavey that time not really run the slide line, running more committed to the high side through the 3rd and 4th turns. Sarf McIntosh in the meantime takes over the 3rd spot. Cale Drake in a fall to 4th. Battle for 5th. Hayden Reinbold coming after Drake Edwards over in turns 3 and 4. He's going to have it. The 40 holds on to it. Reinbold, Jacob Denny now knocking on his back door along with Mac Leopard. Good battle to be up in the 5th position as they work around to the front straightaway. It's still Logan Seavey in the meantime, about the best advantage he's had so far, a little over half a second over Carter Sarf. Cannon McIntosh patiently around the bottom through turns 3 and 4, trying to build some momentum here. Cale Drake still running in the 4th spot. Bangs her off of the boards over in turns 1 and 2. The 40D of Drake Edwards and the 67 of Jacob Denny swapping that spot around. The advantage will be of the JBL Auto number 67. He's going to move up into the top 5. Edwards back to 6. Leopard, Reinbold, Sherrill, and Grant now rounding out your top 10. Justin up at the top of the Speedway, trying to pick up some more here as we go back to check on your leaders. Battle on the racetrack for the 4th spot. Jacob Denny working by Cale Drake. They'll come around next time to a fistful shown. 5 remain. Logan Seavey continues to lead in the Indy Power Sports Desnudos Organic Tequila number 57. 7/10 of a second to the good. Battle for the 3rd spot. It's KKM, Kurbagajanian going at it. Cannon and Denny. Cannon swings wide, the 67 down low through 3 and 4. Both drivers shoot to the bottom side over in turns 1 and 2. Cale Drake committed to the high side at both ends of the Speedway that time around. Drake Edwards trying to chase him down. His teammate Mac Leopard running in the 7th spot. Reinbold in 8th. Matt Sherrill, Justin Grant swapping around the 9th and 10th positions. 2 to go this time. Next time off of turn number 4, white flag coming here at Bloomington Speedway. Little bit of a bobble there in turns 1 and 2, but Sarf not close enough to capitalize. He was 9/10 of a second trailing last time. We'll see if he's able to make up any ground as we've got 1 to go here at Bloomington. 3rd place last night at Lincoln Park Speedway. Works onto the back straightaway as, oh no, the checkered flag's going to have to wait in this one. Caution lights come on. We have got a melee over in turns 1 and 2, and Grant finds himself in another one. Reinbold is sitting over there, and Matt Sherrill. Reinbold was running in 7th. Sherrill was running in 9th. Grant was running in 10th. Looks like front end damage on Grant's number 87. Not sure if it's just the way the car is sitting, but the shock definitely looks a little cattywampus on that thing. What an absolute roller coaster of a main event for Justin Grant. The backup car sends him to the back, ends up contact between he and the 7TX of Kyle Jones. That sends him flipping, goes to the tail once again, fights his way into the top 10, and now collected in another melee. Yeah, Matt Sherrill is the other driver along with Hayden Reinbold. So they will get the Indy Power Sports side-by-side over to the NOS Energy number 87. Drake, what a night.
What a night indeed. I think you recapped it there perfectly, Brian. And the crazy thing to think about, in our last 2 USAC National Midget races, the current points leader has had trouble. Last night, Kevin Thomas Jr. came into the race leading the series points. They had a catastrophic motor failure. Tonight, Justin Grant, who assumed the point lead after last night's racing action at Lincoln Park Speedway, where he got the win, now finds trouble here multiple times in this race. And for a brief moment in time, Brian, it looked like Justin Grant had that accident miss when Hayden Reinbold turned sideways in front of the field. Matt Sherrill went to avoid, and that was basically in Justin's lap. And I think you said it best, Brian. What a roller coaster of a night for our current points leader headed into tonight's round here at the Bloomington Speedway.
Not seeing how it started, just seeing how it ended, talking to officials in the tower. And that started with contact between Leopard and Reinbold, is what I'm being told. So Leopard contact with Reinbold is what triggered that series of events. Less than 250 feet to go for Logan Seavey to finally get in victory lane in midget competition this season. And he's going to have to survive a green-white checkered restart. So far, the restarts have not fazed him one bit tonight. But as they say in theater, it ain't over till the fat lady sings. she is getting tuned up. Seavey, Sarf, McIntosh, Jacob Denny from 19th up to 4th. Cale Drake in 5th. Drake Edwards in 6th. Mac Leopard in 7th. KTJ in 8th. Bradley Cox in 9th. Zach Weigel. Good rebound from him. Remember, he had to go down to the work area. He's back into the top 10. So Weigel, remember early on, went out to check to see how the landscaping was on the outside of turns 3 and 4. Hooked the rut just wrong and luckily kept it upright. Back into the top 10, so a good rebound so far for that driver. A little bit of attrition helping him in the process. But it's a green-white checkered dash to the finish. Seavey. This time, going to restart into the high side. Here we go. Down to the bottom. The car got just a tick tight, but he's able to get to the back straightaway quickly. Here comes Cannon McIntosh. He's looking for second on Carter Sarf as they work into turns 3 and 4. Sarf across the racetrack. Cannon likewise. They come around to the wave with the white flag. Sarf for the advantage. They're going to bounce off each other into turns 1 and 2. Sarf holds off the charge in second. As they're doing that, Seavey is waving goodbye. No! Caution again. Maxton Leopard. Coming to a stop off the high side of turn at number 4. Not sure how much more the sidewalls can take on that battle for second. Sarf and McIntosh living out their Days of Thunder dream of rubbing his racing. Absolutely getting after for that second spot, but Seavey was saying goodbye, but now we'll have to try it again. If this was a heat or a semi, it'd be a green and white. In the feature, it is green, white, checkered. Last time he took him high. He's going to do it again. He's going to pick up the pace as they enter turn number 4. Boy, look at the drive of the 57. He's going to give himself some breathing room immediately. Again, that car gets tied in turn number 2. This time, Carter Sarf. He's able to hang with him onto the back straightaway. Going to close up again right in the tire tracks a year later. White flag. Do we get it done this time? Down to the bottom of turns 1 and 2. Patiently onto the back straightaway. He's been close. He's been denied. But tonight, he's going to cash in. Winner at Bloomington is Logan Seavey in 57. Carter Sarf in second. Cannon McIntosh in third. Jacob Denny in fourth. Drake Edwards in fifth. Cale Drake, Colton Robinson, Kevin Thomas Jr., Brandon Carr, and Zach Weigel unofficially your top 10. Round 6. Of the 2026 season, and the 5th driver to go to victory lane. And for the first time in 2026,
I got a question. Are these lights on the tower on that? I don't think they're on.
he is going to the top of the podium. His first win His third podium, his third top 5, his third top 10. And a career start number 204 for the 20th time. He's going up top. Ladies and gentlemen, Logan Seavey, your winner. Let the confetti fly. The hugs and the hardware. If we were anxious in the grandstands, Christy, he had to definitely be feeling it on all the restarts.
Yeah, for a team and driver combination that didn't even plan on running a full stint of Indiana Midget Week, Logan Seavey and Abacus Racing have found themselves in victory lane for night number 4 of Indiana Midget Week here at Bloomington Speedway, and it was not an easy race to win. That took every ounce of focus and preservation that you probably had with about a billion restarts and Carter Sarf breathing down your neck from every single one. How creative did you have to get?
Yeah, I just knew my, starting on the top was better for me to get into one with a big arc, and I wasn't very good at kind of running in there slow and getting on the right front. So I was kind of really wanting to start on the top as much as I could. And but I knew, there was a few times where I'd kind of try to change it up and maybe get them racing behind me a little bit or something else. But yeah, I don't know. It was just a long race. I think Brandon Overton said it best. Some of these guys don't even deserve a driver's license, but they're out here racing. So yeah, it's just part of it. A lot of cautions. Sucks when you're coming around to the checkered and they just keep crashing. But yeah, like I said, this car was good enough where I could get away, or I don't know if I was getting away or not, but I felt good enough about my line where I was kind of running the bottom and protecting in 1 and then slide myself in 3. So they'd had to do something really different to kind of get by me there. And my car just felt so good doing what I was doing that I wasn't going to change nothing up. So yeah, I just want to thank Ken Goss with Indy Power Sports for everything he does for me and my team and Abacus and USAC. And he's really stepped up a lot this last couple of years, and he does a lot for this race team. So yeah, hats off to Kirk, Danny, T-Bone, Chad, everybody who works on this thing. I know Johnny's been working on this thing on the phone, so we've been making a lot of changes today. I've been complaining a lot about my race car the last couple days, and they've been working really hard, and I just had to go out there and drive it and quit complaining and just do what I can do. So I want to give a shout out to Kinley and Lane back in Oklahoma. I've missed them a couple times this week, and yeah, hopefully we'll see them tomorrow night. But yeah, like I said, you said it earlier, we weren't planning on being here, and yeah, now we're kind of in the hunt. So Carter and Canner are obviously doing a good job, and they're going to be hard to catch. But I feel really good about Hopstock tomorrow, and yeah, these next couple races are going to be good.
You were really the first guy to try out the top side of the racetrack when the race started, and then sort of like you mentioned, switch to protection mode on the bottom side. Was it more about defending for a majority of that race? Yeah, I think I feel like every time I come here, my car's really good, and I just don't get to the lead early enough. And the bottom of 1 and 2's lately been really, really fast, so it's kind of hard to pass the leader once they kind of get in a rhythm. And I knew if I was going to win this race, I had to get to the lead early and get that rhythm. And yeah, like I said, I felt really good about my line. Even if they were a little bit better, I didn't think it would, or I thought it would be really hard to kind of get by us the way my line was where my car was working the best. So thank you guys for showing up here to Bloomington. This place is packed tonight, so it's nice to see a big crowd, and hopefully there's another big couple crowds these next few nights. Logan Seavey and Abacus Racing take home night number 4 of Indiana Midget Week here at Bloomington Speedway. He's your winner for 30 laps around the red clay. Greg.
Carter Sarf came home second, of course, came into the night as your Indiana Midget Week points leader, and we'll anxiously await the official points breakdown after Bloomington Speedway, but I got to imagine you're still in a really good spot to take home the Indiana Midget Week title. Are you starting to feel excited about the last few races and the potential of picking up your first Indiana Midget Week title?
Yeah, I'm trying not to think about it, honestly. Just trying to keep plugging away and keep working hard with Paul and just trying to get better and better every night, and I think we're doing that tonight. Just super tricky racetrack, and yeah, kind of same line again the whole race, and Logan and them were really good. So yeah, happy to bring home a P2 finish and get a little bit more of a points lead coming into the last 2 nights, but a lot can happen, so we'll see.
Carter Sarf told me he didn't have anything for that 57 machine, but he brings home a solid P2 finish here on night number 4 of Indiana Midget Week.
So Cannon McIntosh comes home third on your podium. Third straight podium finish for Cannon McIntosh and Keith Coons, Kerr Bagajanian, 71K. Third tonight at Bloomington Speedway, and you did have a really good run for second on Carter Sarf before that last caution came out. Do you feel like you showed your hand there?
Well, I mean, you had to go for it. Obviously, you never know that there's another yellow coming, and unfortunately it did. And yeah, he was able to run me down into the corner enough to where I couldn't complete the pass before the yellow came out. But no, just a great effort from this KKM team, Mobile One Toyota. If we could just qualify better, I think we'd have a shot to win one of these. We're just trying to dig ourselves out of a hole every night. So, I feel like if we put a full night together, we'll have a win coming. But yeah, it's like I've said before, it's always good to run on the podium, especially during midget week. Every point matters. So, not that we're trying to points race. We're getting every spot we can, and we'll just keep pushing. Just thankful for this whole crew, this team behind me, and the Lord above, and just all my family watching back at home.
A little bit of room for improvement, but still a really solid Indiana Midget Week so far for Cannon McIntosh, who is third on your podium tonight.
Jacob Denny gets your Rod and Supply Hard Charger Award, 19th to 4th. And I mentioned in the middle of that race, that's not the first time you've started 19th this season, brought home a top 5 finish. I know you don't really want to dig yourself out of holes like that, rather, but how are you able to do that each and every time? Because I feel like every time the 67 team gets a little bit behind, you're able to make up for it in the feature event.
Yeah, we just got a really good car, be able to move around. Every track's been a little bit different. Some tracks are a little bit easier to move forward, and this one was probably the hardest one. Everyone was kind of fighting for the same line for the most part, and yeah, had a good enough car to move around. And Caleb got the car rolling good there during the B main, and then we got it really good there for the A main. So hopefully we can start up a little bit farther forward the next couple nights. But I gotta thank Caleb, Tanner, Grant, busting their tails all week long so far. It's hot, and they've been giving it all they got. So I can't thank them enough. Keith and Pete, JBL Toyota, and the good Lord up above.
Jacob Denny, once again, your Rod and Supply Hard Charger this evening, 19th to 4th. Not the first time this season. He started all the way back in 19th and brought home a top 5 finish.
Zach Weigel takes home the Sober Joe's Recovery of the Night Award after that incident in turn number 3 got you up over the edge of the banking of Bloomington Speedway. It was difficult for cars that were in position to make it through the pack with their nose clean. Can you describe what your journey was like through the pack, keeping your nose clean from the back?
Horrendous, man. I mean, I only got one race car, so when a guy tries to take my nose off, I have to back out, Sometimes they catch it wrong and go flipping, and sometimes you catch it wrong and go flipping. But just wish we still had that backup car. I'd feed him the wheel instantly, man. It sucks that we just keep getting unfortunate like this. I mean, Boxwell takes our nose off, then spins out right in front of us on lap 3. And then it was my own doing that we went to the back. But not the awards you want to win, but made it work with what we had.
Maybe a tough night there for Zach Weigel, who is the Sober Joe's Recovery of the Night Award winner. Cannon McIntosh was third on your podium. Carter Sarf, who was, again, sort of setting the world on fire during Indiana Midget Week. Second, Logan Seavey picks up night number 4 of Indiana Midget Week at Bloomington Speedway.
Thank you very much. Run down to your field. Seavey, Sarf, McIntosh, your podium. Denny in 4th, Drake Edwards in 5th, Cale Drake in 6th, Colton Robinson in 7th, Kevin Thomas Jr. with a good rebound to 8th. Brandon Carr in 9th, Zach Weigel, your Sober Joe Recovery of the Night, in 10th. Bradley Cox in 11th, Gavin Miller in 12th. Gunnar Setzer in 13th, Jacob Oxley in 14th, Levi Hink in 15th, Hayden Reinbold in 16th, Kyle Jones 17th. 18th was Drew Sherman, 19th was Mac Leber, 20th was Matt Sherrill, Justin Grant in 21st, Adam Taylor, Trevor Klein, and Brecken Reese, unofficially rounding out your field. As that wraps up the USAC portion of the night's program, feature events set to continue on here tonight. And don't forget, tomorrow, we're down at the Class Jack Tri-State in Hopstadt Sunday at Kokomo. We hope you can be there. If not, you can catch it all right here on FloRacing. Raising Cane's 410 Sprints. Next on the program, Dr. Sullivan.
Thank you, Brian. By the way, we've got the 50-50 number here. The winner's winning $988. So come to the booth if you can, please. For starters, it is a blue ticket. It is a sky blue ticket. The number is 629-239. 629-239. Come to the booth. You've won $988. So here's your lineup for your 25-lap Raising Cane's Sprint Car Feature event. We had a little bit of change. We'll go over that in a few minutes. On the pole position from Camarillo, California, car number 41, that's Ricky Lewis. Alongside from Bloomington, car number 26, it's Matt Thompson. Row number 2. On the inside, the 34T of Cody Trammell from Bloomington. Alongside the 13P from Phoenix, Arizona, it's Cameron LaRose. Row number 3 on the inside for Columbus, California, the 24P of Max Adams. He'll be joined by the 75 from Bedford, that's Jordan Kinzer. Santa Barbara, California is David Gaspers in the 77S. He'll fire off the inside of row number 4. He'll be joined by Frankfort, Indiana's Jack Hoyer in the 11. Turning down to row number 5, the 14 of Jaden Rogers from Worthington. And doing double duty, the 24. Can he do it? Sure he can. Southern California's Logan Seavey. Row 6, 21B of Bo Brandon from Elwood, joined by the 16B of Harley Burns from Brazil. Row 7, Greenwood, Indiana's Gabriel Gilbert, the 10G, joined by Logan Prickett from Shelbyville in the 37. Then we find the 42 AU of Nathan Smee from Sydney, New South Wales, joined by the 47 of Charles Davis Jr. from Buckeye, Arizona. 17, row 17 is going to be the 83C of Chance Crum and the 24M of Hunter Maddox. And then we'll have Kobe Simpson in the 21K from Bonham, Texas, and Albuquerque, New Mexico's J.R. Bonesteel in the 0. We got to give our money to someone from New Zealand, for God's sakes. Are you kidding me? There is no way we're giving that money to a Kiwi. Yes. Your wife's birthday was when?
Monday at Circle City.
Monday at Circle City.
Yeah.
Come here. What's your name?
Brian Guptill.
Okay, Brian. Now, did you get your wife a good present or not?
A trip to the States to come to do USAC Midget
Oh,
Week.
you are one romantic guy, right?
Oh, when you got it, you got it.
What you got now was $988 to rectify that situation in a hurry.
Nah, awesome. Thank you so much. It's been awesome coming here for this. It's been a lifelong dream. So that's so cool. Thank you very much.
I have never met anyone, this is true, from Australia or New Zealand that I didn't like. Now, you might be the first, but thus far, I think you're a good guy.
Awesome. Thank you.
What? What track you work at?
I do lots of stuff. I run the rescue crew. Used to run it at Western Springs for years, and now the new track. I'm also president at Rosebank Road Speedway, which is a motorbike and solo and sidecar speedway. So that speedway is basically my life, as for all of us.
So you've had conversations with the likes of Michael Pickens?
Yeah, often with the rescue crew. I've picked all of these guys up. One of the coolest bits was when we arrived here at Circle City. We went and saw Logan Seavey, Cannon McIntosh, Ethan Mitchell, these guys that have come and raced in New Zealand, and they were all, so welcoming and pleased to see us here. So it's just been such a cool thing to come.
We just love to have you guys, in all sincerity. Thank you, buddy. Congratulations. Hope we have made your trip.
Cheers, guys. See you tomorrow night. See you. Thank you.
He's got gas money for tomorrow. So good deal to get the 50-50 ticket to someone's making the big trip. "25 laps will be the distance. A staple here at Bloomington Speedway, the sprint cars. Nothing quite like it. We'll let Logan Seavey get back there into his sprint car. Had to hustle a little bit, I'm sure. I mentioned earlier that Logan Seavey's had a lot of success at this track, and that played itself out in the NOS Energy National Midget big time. And certainly sprint cars have been a great fan to Logan's at this racetrack as well. My good friend Kevin Katansky has been at most of these events. I first met Kevin when he was doing work for Kroger and was deeply involved in Indianapolis Raceway Park. Kevin is from Streator, Illinois. Streator, Illinois, if you've been a great fan of midget racing, you know, is the home of Bob Tattersall. Bob Tattersall's last midget win in his career came right here at 1970 at Bloomington Speedway. How many races that we determined since 2020 that Ricky's won? Was it 77? That's what Brian gave me the nod. And again, scored his first one at Paragon Speedway. Won it on his birthday, I'll tell you that. All right, lineup taking shape. Big thanks to the push trucks tonight. Any of you have ever been to a racetrack where you don't have enough and you don't have those that know what they're doing? It's miserable. Ladies and gentlemen, let's pick them up on the back straightaway. This is our wave lap. Ladies and gentlemen, we've been doing it here since 1923. Some of the bravest souls of the land have plied their trade here on the red clay. Legends have raced here and have been champions here. Who is going to have the hot shoe tonight? As Warren Ruffner would say, let's get on our feet, ladies and gentlemen, because this indeed, here at the red clay, is the A main event for the sprint cars. Matt Thompson's had some good days here, but what would it would mean to win here in front of a Flow audience and a nice house of fans here tonight. But we can't thank you enough for coming out tonight. Indication from Rusty Nunn, we'll go green next time. Bye. Cameron LaRose puts the wrenches away for a night to get back in the seat of a race car. Nothing replicates that feeling. He's on the outside of the second row. Obviously, Logan Stevie's got some work to do. Jane Rogers, some heavy hitters at mid-pack and beyond. Can they get the job done? We'll see in 25 laps. What do you think, Rusty? What do you think? We're green. We held our breath. We got through lap number one. Ricky Lewis out front. Ripping Ricky right up there on the berm. Others trying the low groove. Matt Thompson's not letting him get it away. Cameron LaRose and the Avante windows and doors entry running in the third position. Oh, man. Oh, that's tight. Bumper cars galore, and somehow Matt Thompson comes out of it, and everyone else is unscathed. Dicey, dicey, dicey. So now Ricky reloads. Cody Trammell digging on the bottom. A little bit of a bobble there by Cameron LaRose. And all of a sudden, guess who's a player? Jaden Rogers. Trammell's still digging the bottom. It's the short way around if you can make it work. Matt Thompson holding on, but Ricky Lewis is stomping on the throttle. Jordan Kinzer, the Darrell Tate 75, starting to rattle sabers as well. Jordan goes mid-pack in that 75, battling with LaRose. 3-car tussle, one high, one low, and one right down Meridian. This is what weekly racing looks like in the state of Indiana. And hold on. Oh my God, into the Willard Colfax infield. And keeps rolling. Yellow is out. Wow. Plenty of action there. So Cody Trammell, the Trammell Nades raced here for a long time. Matt Thompson, Jordan Kinzer, and Camlin LaRose. Camlin LaRose. So Ricky had a huge bike in 4 and lost the rhythm totally, then went in the infield. Here's a look here. There it is right there, the sideways. And that jumbled everyone up there. A good look on our flow cameras. There you go. And then here's Matt Thompson in. And it's on. And once you've lost that rhythm on a bull rig like this, it's sometimes hard to get the handle again. Trouble in front, it just came unwound. He tried to Danny Sullivan, and it came up a little short. My goodness. 10 laps have been scored. They click off in a hurry, don't they? Cody Trammell, Matt Thompson, Jordan Kinzer. Here we go. Who is it gonna be? Jordan Kinzer knows this track very, very well. Trouble in turn 1, but he's gonna make it off. Trammell. And Jordan Kinzer now starting to get racy. Who can come from further back? Jack Hoyer's had a good night. Cameron is reloaded in the Avante entry. Head on a swivel, you don't know where to look. Let's see if Cameron LaRose can make that outside work. He's going to bet on it. We saw Harley Burns nearly pull one off a week ago, but lost it in turn number 4. He can get razor thin up there, and just the slightest bobble can ruin your night. But at the moment, Cody Trammell is in control. Last time by 0.7 second advantage over Jordan Kinzer. You got to admire LaRose's moxie. You can't pass if you follow. You've got to try a different line. And Cameron is committed. And he is digging hard up on the cushion. Cameron LaRose has put the spurs to it. He just may make it work. Oh, man. It's the cone. If I sound slightly disgusted, I am. But you can't fling it in the crowd. Well, the element of surprise, I don't know, was it there? Does Cody Trammell and Jordan Kinzer know that Cameron LaRose is making that high side work? Was it all a momentum game? 19 of it scored. 19. And by the way, guess who's in 5th place? That kid from Sutter, California. Still needs that diaper money. Rusty's got an eye on him. This is going to be fun. Here we go. Hunter Maddox is off of turn 1. Some of you probably can't see it. Down by the drain ditch by the railing. So I don't believe we scored a lap. We did not score a lap. Remember, Midwest Mini Sprints are still on the card. The night is young. Us New Zealanders are buying at the bar. We already know that. Making a couple of final adjustments on the lineup. You know, Cameron Rowe's going to head down to Tri-State Speed. We don't know if he's on the sprint car card or not, but if he is, I think he knows a guy who knows how to get around there pretty well. And Kyle has twisted the wrenches, speaking Kyle Cummins, for Cameron a time or two. I get it. You're anxious, but it wasn't time to go. Cody just ready to go. So for Sprint Cars Eastern, Storm just lurking around the corner. Now we've got our own Wawas now in Indiana. And that was the 7th wonder of the world for us from Indiana for a while. That and Sheets. But I suspect there'll still be plenty of meals consumed at one of those two places on that great trip to the East Coast. Yeah, we're still trying to get that situation cleared up in turn number 1. Looks like we got the car up on the hook. So it wasn't a simple matter of just pushing it off. Yeah, rolling now. So we should get back to action here fairly quickly. Yeah, looks like we might be able. Yeah, we're going to be able to pull him around. There's an exit out there where we keep all of our track equipment, so we're able to get him ducked away there. Half off on food in the concession stand, half off. All right, that's what we're looking for. Look, it literally feels like it's anyone's race right now. Jordan kids are offering a little encouragement to Cody Trammell, but Cody sets the pace. Kind of a slow start there. That's his prerogative. Now LaRose is going to try to wind it up on the high side again. Jordan goes up there. So can Jordan Kinzer make the high side work? Yep, and the cushion finally caught up with Cameron. Meanwhile, high-low confrontation. Classic Bloomington style. Travel work at the bottom. Jordan Kinzer about mid-groove, and we are red. So the action over there in turn number 4. Don't know whether you have a replay or not. Look at, I believe it's Logan Prickett and Jaden Rogers over in turn number 4. Looks like we got a replay on Flo. Looks like Prickett made some contact with Jaden. Here's a little slow motion look. And there we go. Hey, look around and make sure that you haven't lost your glasses. Looks like they might be sunglasses, actually, in a case, and we got them in the booth. So with 22 down, Jordan Kinzer. Jordan Kinzer was scored as the leader. Cody Trammell, the 34T. Logan Seavey now running 3rd. Jack Hoyer 4th. And Matt Thompson, the 5th position. Max Adams, Gabriel Gilbert, Chance Crum, Harley Burns, and Kobe Simpson. So 22 laps down. Again, that's unofficial. Well, that may say that on Race Monitor. The scores to my right are still tabulating, but I do believe it's accurate. Well, someone thought we might have had their glasses. We don't, but they lost their yellow tinted shooting glasses. So look for those folks' glasses. If you lost your glasses, they look like women's glasses in a case, a soft case, come up and see us. All right, we're getting at least, my old eyes can't see over there quite well enough to see if we got both cars off, but I believe we do. Back to yellow, okay. So we got 3 to go. So we had a classic battle here at Bloomington Speedway. We've seen it over the years, and other places, of course. A battle between the low and the high groove. I mentioned this maybe last week. There were a few years where we ended the year here. There's a couple of different ways we ended. Sometimes we had a street stock and modified nationals and then a final race. But for a number of years, we ended with the All-Star Circuit of Champions. Remember, right, we'd have a 40-lap feature event. The late Kevin Huntley won one of those late season races, and he told me, I've been tricked too many times to think that you're going to win on the high side when if you can work the bottom, it's the best way to go. Now, of course, he was in a 410 wing car. But the truth is, sometimes that bottom groove does work. But Jordan, I don't know if Jordan got a glimpse of what Cameron LaRose was doing, but when he jumped to the high side, he was able to take the lead. Now, it'll be interesting to see what Jordan, who knows this racetrack so well, decides in terms of strategy when we restart. Will he go down low and force Cody Trammell to go around him on the outside? Well, Cody spent most of the time running at the bottom of the racetrack. And so Jordan may surmise that he's not set up necessarily to go up on the high side. He may just protect the bottom. Or maybe he thinks he's just down enough to run away. But it's funny how racing is, because while those two may be thinking about each other, there's a guy in the 24 car right behind that would like to have a great doubleheader night. And that's Logan Seavey, who's taking a peek right now himself to see, is there anything up there that I might be able to grab hold of? He may have watched the fact that Trammell has run low and thinks he can easily get a position if he sticks it on the cushion and matches the throttle. That's all part of the fun of this. Jordan Kinzer, former track champion. And here we go. As I thought, Logan goes up high. He's got to hit this one perfect. He's got one. He's got to hit that perfect. Maybe a bobble. Once again, he's going to be perfect. He's not. And the white flag down for Jordan Kinzer. So if Logan Seavey's going to win it, he's going to have to pull some magic out of the hat. But Jordan Kinzer knows this racetrack very well, and he's done it. Logan Seavey, Cody Trammell, Jordan Kinzer, Cody Trammell, and Logan Seavey. There you have it. Jordan was second a couple nights ago at Paragon, gets the job done. Well, delighted to be in the B97, Hoosier 105.1 Victory Lane. What's your name, honey?
Kara.
Kara's going to be our Chocolate Mousse Children's Club winner. That guy's been a track champion. Let's hear it for Jordan Kinzer. We're going to get you to turn around also and get your picture taken with Jordan. See, he's a really good-looking guy. At least that's what he tells me. Jordan, slide around and get your picture with our Chocolate Mousse Kids Club winner. Go right up there, honey. Get next to him. Turn around and get your picture taken. That's a great smile. Good deal. Love the camera, Jordan. There's the trophy. Thank you. Jordan, congratulations. Great run. Curious, Kevin LaRose was making that high side work and was going there. Did you see that and get tipped off at all, or just decide to jump up there yourself?
No, I didn't see it, but I heard it. So that was a pretty clear definition. I didn't know who it was, if it was Ricky or Cameron or who, but I figured somebody was coming. I could hear him, ripping there. And sorry to Cody, I got into him there on the restart, but I was so afraid of the guy in third ripping the top around both of us. Cody just kind of shut it down to make sure he hit the bottom earlier than what I thought. And I got all over the brakes, but I'm sure he's upset about it. I mean, I wasn't trying to take him out. I just ran it in there farther than he did. And it is what it is, and I was kind of surprised under that red to hear that I was leading, but I guess I can't remember the rule here, if it's one car or half the field or what. Whoever's leading, when the red or yellow comes out. So I think he was surprised too, but, I can't really remember when we crossed the line who was ahead, but obviously I guess I was.
There's a lot going on out there.
Yeah, there's a little bit going on.
Well, tell me about that. So you heard it, but was it to the sense that you heard a car up there, or as you read the racetrack, did you think to yourself, that may really be the way to go?
Yeah, I kind of knew talking to Carter Sarf and Paul May and Tucker Chastain, those guys, I stood up on their trailer all night and kind of watched the heat races and in the A main of the midgets, and we kind of talked about, like, you know, what this place is going to do since we run here quite a bit and everything. And I kind of, just from judging off the heat races, the bottom was pretty dominant, and I ran a lap down there.
Whoops.
It's all right. I ran a lap down there after the heat race and kind of stuck really good down at the bottom, and felt like I was probably faster down there than up on the top. So I knew 1 and 2 probably stay on the bottom, and 3 and 4, you know, it just looked like the midgets could carry a lot of speed right in the middle of the track and kind of do that slider line across there. So 2 big ruts kind of getting in 3. I was trying to stay out of those, seeing guys hit them early, you know, with a full tank of fuel. It's kind of heavy back there and car leans over, but you know, whenever I heard Cameron, I was like, okay, I got to start either trying to enter high in 3 or slider line and catch a curb and drive off. And there's enough up there to kind of just catch it with the right rear and pedal out of it. And the bottom was a little bit slower getting off of 4, so I knew that was probably my chance to try to get the lead. I planned to probably just run 2 slider lines and try to pass Cody, and once I was really clear, you know, get back down to the bottom.
Well, your car knows how to win some races here, obviously, and obviously you do too. He's a former track champion here, last year's Ticket to Tulsa winner. Folks, let's let him hear it. That's Jordan Kinzer, your winner tonight.
Thank you all very much for your attendance tonight here at the Bloomington Speedway. We hope to see you tomorrow as we take Indiana Midget Week on the road to Tri-State.
But we also have the MMSA left.
Mini sprints next on the card. So we see some of you starting to kind of shuffle your seats together. So for those of you who are making your way out the gates, again, we do hope you can make it down the road to Tri-State tomorrow. 2 more rounds of Indiana Midget Week. Of course, it wraps up Sunday up at Kokomo. Midgets put on a show, sprint cars put on a show, the mini sprints. See how they do.
We'll see how they do. On the pole position, the 88X. That's Parker Baumeier from Evansville, Indiana. Alongside the 922 from Spencer, Indiana, it's Brandon Coffey. Row 2 of the 51A of Adam Hirsch from Newburgh, Indiana, second in points. Alongside the 38, that's Johnson Gender from Olney, Illinois. Row 3, third in points, your top rookie in the 77Z, that's Zach Rell from Dillsboro, Indiana, alongside Samantha Alloway from Cincinnati in the X. Row 4, the 14N of Brenda McLaughlin from Bloomington, joined by the 22S of Jordan Shipley, also from Bloomington. Row number 5, Ashton Lovelace. He's been a winner this year from Winslow, Indiana in the 75, joined by Eric Weber in the 48 from Claremont, Illinois. Row 6, the 10C of Corbin Clark from Bloomington, joined by the 10K of Scott Albrecht from Danville, Indiana. Row 7, Mike Badgley from Frankfort, Ohio, and he'll be joined by the 2Z of Dakota Gines from Petersburg, Indiana. Jeremy Shepner's in the 56X. He calls Evansville home. He's joined by Francisco, Indiana's Nick McCannon in the 818. Row 9, Shane McCrary from Vincennes. That's the 5Z. Joined by the 5X of Reed Jackson from Evansville. Willie Tryon from Dallas, Texas in the 29T. He'll be joined by Andy Bradley from Bloomington in the 18. With Joe Hitchcock in the 34D from Bloomington, joined by Chase Hopefling from Evansville in the 29. If he can go the 5K at Cole Cup from Mount Carmel, Illinois, of course he had that hard tumble, and the 21J from Evansville, that's Doug Johnson. .014 when they crossed the line in the critical moment. That's how close it was. Ladies and gentlemen, coming down the front straightaway. Come on, you've hung with us. Let's get a little energy going. This is the Midwest Mini Sprint Association, and this is their feature event. Twenty laps is the distance. Brandon Coffey, your most recent winner here at Bloomington and a former series champion, starts on the outside of the front row. 20 laps. Johnson Ginder, the 38, making some noise early on. But we are yellow. Got one sideways between turns 1 and 2. Looks like it'll be basically a complete restart. No lap scored. All righty. Slides down a little bit through the Willard Colfax Memorial Infield. And we'll try it again. Good start last time by Johnson Ginder, so we'll keep an eye on the 38 car. And once again, he takes over second relatively easily and looks pretty hungry for more. So make no mistake about it, these cars are carrying a high rate of speed here on this tacky bull ring. So two of the best in the business going at it right now in Brandon Coffey and Johnson Ginder. Man, there is action all over this racetrack. Ginder now has asserted himself in the 38. Coffey now in a fight match. Traffic an issue. Boy, Ginder goes way down in the gutter to get that move done. As low as you could go. Coffey a little bottled up. And the yellow has come out. I got him. So Brendan McLaughlin, I think, one of the cars that was slow on the back straightaway. So Johnson Ginder, Brandon Coffey, Jordan Shipley, your running order for now. And again, coming into tonight's activities, Brandon Coffey was your point leader. Ginder, a two-time winner. Coffey, the most recent winner here. Coffey, Hirsch, Rell, McCann, Ginder, your top 5 in points. Samantha Alloway in the 6th position in Midwest Mini Sprint Association points. That was Joe Hitchcock, also who went off in the 34D. We've scored 7. They've gone in a hurry. And Gittner has shown muscle right off the start. The first 2 starts, was able to get into second easily, and then ultimately has pulled into the lead. Had about an 8/10 of a second lead before the caution came out. Just trying to get the lineup in shape. Again, we're going to be back here next Friday night. Salute to Randy Kinzer. It's going to be a lot of fun to have Randy as part of our activities. You catch an interview I did with Randy on 98.7 The Zone, Short Track Weekly on Wednesday night from 6 to 7 or on the station website. Ashton Thompson also joins me as a guest. I conducted an interview with Ashton a little bit earlier, a couple of weeks ago. Talk about her ventures into some 410 racing beyond the Huntley Hoosier 305 wing sprint car ranks. So that's Wednesday night. Do tune in. Determine the last car on the lead lap. Of course, they get through in a hurry, go through the traffic. You get these sorted out here at the rear of the field. Seven of the 20 are down. So next round of Indiana Midget Week, Tri-State Speedway in Hobstadt. You know that'll be a great show down there. So we're getting the 51 machine in position again. Pretty much in the points race now. Adam Hirsch in the second position in points. I think we're going to be able to go green next time by. Yeah, good. So Johnson Ginder has control of the field now as they pull into turn number 2. Jordan Shipley trying to take a peek on the high side and take over second, and it does. Nice slingshot move by Jordan. Brandon Coffey's not willing to give in just yet. So that's a great battle for second, all to the benefit of Johnson Ginder, who's able to continue his advantage. Now Ginder is going to be in the unenviable position of leading everyone through traffic. Next time by, we should be, we are at the halfway point. So 10 laps have been scored. Johnson Ginder, your leader. Trouble over in turn 1 and 2. So 11 have been officially scored. So Shipley may have had at least a moment there in the second position, but at the line was scored third. So Shipley needs to slide in underneath Brandon Coffey. Well, let's see if Shipley can make the high side work, because that's what Jordan used to look like maybe he had some momentum to put some pressure on your leader, Johnson Ginder. Now, Ginder now doesn't have to deal with traffic that was looming in front of him. Although with 9 laps to go, given the speed and the disparity between the fastest cars and others, I don't think he's totally out of the woods yet in terms of having to deal with traffic. '29 is limping in. Let's hope he can make it back to the pit area. Be 5 to go at the line. So 5 to go at the line for Johnson Ginder. Johnson working the bottom now very nicely. And again, the winner of the first 2 rounds of the year, trying to make it his 3rd win of the year, and 2 to go for Johnson. White flag is out. And Johnson Ginder just a couple of turns away from his 3rd victory of the year. Double checkered flag for Johnson Ginder. Well, I can bring Johnson in. Want to give the trophy away, bud? Come on down. What's your name?
Braxton.
All righty, buddy. Be careful right there. Yeah, we're going to bring Johnson in. Good-looking race car. Okay, buddy, get that trophy right there. Yeah, absolutely. We'll get Johnson around here. All righty. He's having trouble getting that helmet off. There you go, Johnson. Good job here. Here's our young fan here. Turn around. Turn around, buddy. Get your picture taken with him. There's your trophy. Our Chocolate Mousse Kids Club winner. And a boy. Right over here. Johnson, great job. He gets your water there, buddy. Thank you, buddy. Third win of the year. Won the first two. Had some strength there.
Yeah. You know, I've always, this place has been a struggle for me a little bit. I've always been off that little bit, and tonight everything just clicked. I got, a really good group of people behind me, and we put all our minds together and ended up in victory lane. Feels really good.
I watched you on the restarts in particular. Right on the, you got a position every time. You got off the line good, and given the momentum of these cars, I would suspect that's pretty important.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, these cars are for sure momentum driven, and let alone when you come to Bloomington, it's it times that by 10 almost. And I noticed a little bit of straightaway. There was moisture down the straightaway, and I think I gained quite a bit there right off the starts because I could hook up right off the bat. I just can't say enough about everybody that supports me on this. Kale Medler behind their inches, my mom and dad, I'm more out here. Anyway,
you're too young to be worn out, son.
I know. But I got Brian Woods with Woods Auto Body, JT's Custom Homes, Ryan Eggleston, Hovey's Diner, Duncan Boys with Cameron Duncan, Fehrenbacher Livestock, Dylan Baldwin with Slick Race Graphics. There's just I can't thank everybody enough. It takes a village to do what we do here, and I'm just grateful to be behind the wheel of it.
You're the head of the village tonight. Put it there, buddy. Congratulations. You got the job done. But Johnson Ginder. All righty, we appreciate everyone coming out tonight. All right.
So on behalf of everybody with the United States Auto Club, the Bloomington Speedway, and the crew at Studio 56 until tomorrow at the class track as we continue on with Indiana Midget Week. My name is Brian Holbert saying good night, good luck, and God bless.